It just will not start. It sputtered and popped and backfired once for like less than a minute and then died. But it was just like backfiring and popping. It wasn't really even running. It was just banging and popping away on the ether that I sprayed in there. I'm gonna take some more shit off, see if the valves are screwed up, see if there's somehow a mouse nest in the spark arrestor. I don't know. I don't know. I've drained gas out 5 times, put different gas in there so many times, and all this shit. Carb off, carb on, carb off, carb on. Ran the carb through my ultrasonic cleaner 3 frigging times. I mean, there was nothing in it, so the carb, oddly, it was rusty. So when I opened the bowl and dropped the bowl up, it actually looked like something had dried up inside of it. And there was like a little bit of rust in there, so that was kind of weird, being brand new and all. Doesn't look brand new, but it's been through hell. It's never been used, but I've been messing with it for almost like a month now. It was expensive. And the window to return is long gone. Of course. Up a little out here too. Oh man, it's starting to rain. Have that going in the background.
now their population's so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral, kind of like all that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states, because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and bring it.
But they're also giving off the way of life in the South. Yeah. In the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. They're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play fiddle and whip the guys and throw a little tuft of cotton for one shirt every 6 months.
It's over 80 degrees.
Insanely different. We still wanted to be one country. We wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So that does it continue to build now?
It does. So we are. Yeah. But so what's his name?
Now we're at James Buchanan, who's probably the worst. I think
he's frozen by he had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer in Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as president. Which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of the problems that his career would be against.
Yeah. That was James Buchanan had the Dred Scott. Dred Scott was under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, it was about a slave living in free territory. He was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, that settles it. Instead of standing up, he just had to follow the law.
Yeah. So he was just like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
It wasn't his job.
Yeah. And that brought us, as soon as Lincoln gets elected,
before he takes office.
Crazy checking in on that. They said you're a chair, basically. Yeah, dude. You got Lincoln.
Well, we could maybe skip some of the whole.
Yeah. We could stop. And then you go on to some guys you're interested in after.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We can go as long as we want. Right now. Well, you're not enjoying this. You're not having time.
Having a great time.
This is nice, right?
You're not having a great time. I hate this.
Easy time. Really?
No.
How much
You
one?
decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about Lincoln. That's a great, what's it, Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling the story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything closed where there was supposed to be 2 states. There was supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop certifying of vote. And so they went to General. He's the only American general, because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the army was kind of like not,
I think he was the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it, like Scott something.
Oh yeah, Winfield
Scott. Yes. So they went to Winfield Scott, the guys running the government, and they said, we think there's going to be this thing. They're going to try to stop the. So he said, if anyone, he made a declaration. He's a Republican. He said, if anyone tries to stop votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said. He said that? That's what he said.
What? No,
and what he did in real fact, I think he was a really smart guy. He gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. They said go home, and he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops, and he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or an elbow thing or whatever. But the appearance was peaceful and that there was no military presence. But nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believe he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states.
this out. His first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, "I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. It's like a tiny thing. Like, we're not gonna like make it our obsession, but we will do it." Like, so the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about it. Like, people that are critics of that, hang on. They're like, you know, do it. So I did the whole time. That's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. That create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and are going to change. Instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it. Yes, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Just we need some fucking time, and boy, would it cost.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and they didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions or however many fucking, I don't know how many there was. A quarter of a million people died in the Civil War.
Yeah, probably.
Something like about how many we killed in Iraq in a day.
Yeah, pretty much true.
Yeah, for
Less
doing nothing.
Less than
For
doing
doing
nothing
nothing.
civilians.
Yeah.
Measure like Persian weddings.
Yeah, exactly.
But Lincoln's the best.
It was really something. I mean, it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of
Fuck.
Jesus.
Just trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South. It's just like clearly this is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know it's wrong. It's been it's
Well, it was the ultimate time.
They know it's wrong.
Well, folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong, and him, like, not making them say it, but getting them to, just one guy at a time, He would just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it, and he fought a brutal war, an incessant war.
He had to wait until
6 horsepower compressor. You can't really get them that big anymore. It'd be like an industrial one. It'd be 6 horse. It's freaking so old. I think I got it in 1998. Back in the day, you almost had to have it when everybody was using air tools, impact guns, and air ratchets. Nowadays, they're almost obsolete. Everybody's gone battery. And the battery stuff's just as powerful, if not more powerful. Especially the impact guns. This was the beast of the day as far as impact guns. I think that thing was like $700 in 1999. Oh my god, why is it so bad? But the Milwaukee battery power is just as strong. I don't know if, let's say it's even stronger. It probably is. I haven't used this in forever. Oil it. But yeah, people just don't use this stuff anymore. Back in the day, it was like the thing to have, air hammer. That's the one thing that they can't replicate with a battery-powered tool. You won't ever see a Milwaukee or Rigid or Ryobi air hammer.
He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction.
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged, because everybody knew
It's
it
one
was
of those things that
Johnson was behind.
I don't think they can do it with battery. You have to have air power for it to function.
Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life dangerous.
No shit.
How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey and just
Super handy. This thing is useful for so much stuff. Even the shit one, honestly.
He's
This is like a Harbor Freighter.
You can impeach a
No.
president, but you cannot get the
Advanced
fucking
auto.
votes.
It was like
It's a
$9.
waste of time.
They had a ton of power. I used the hell out of this for so much stuff. You could cut steel in half with this. I could take it again. It would blow through this so fast.
I don't remember why.
Yeah, but
They
they upgraded to a big boy.
I don't know. Who knows? It's all shit I heard because of that. But they impeached
Quick
him
change.
and failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about it. But
This is one thing that battery power can't replicate. You won't ever find a battery tool, I don't believe.
Amazing guy.
And maybe like a jackhammer. If they can make a jackhammer.
I mean, he did so Christ much this guy.
I'm true to help the South. He was pretty good for what he did.
Well, well, first of all, some people get on it. He owned us one slave. Because his father,
Thing to have back in the day.
wife's father,
They're so fucking loud too.
because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like an active abolitionist. He was against just for not having a slave. Back then, he didn't have a slave. You were ridiculous.
Angle grinders and die grinders.
Yeah, you were that guy. You were like, why
You
do
spin
have
so
slaves?
fast, these will come out of there and be stuck in your face. This spins on wicked fast. Battery power doesn't have that kind of spin torque. Like the air gets this thing cooking. This thing goes so fast. It's just like it's probably less than $10. This one's probably the same. Super cheap. Made in China. They're really nice for cleaning up stuff, metal, getting rust off shit. Put all kinds of different
I'm not sure. It might have been one of that.
Sanding discs.
Yeah. He had to give one slave any freedom instead of selling it. But his father,
He gave him a business.
Yeah.
He had started.
Give his father a history from him.
That's right. That's right. And then
Find my
he was
fucking scope ring
he was in the
bin.
army.
That whole bin full of scope rings. I don't know what to put it.
Jobs was outpost near San Francisco. Was in the middle of nowhere. There was no, I mean, it was in the
Night
desert.
vision scope and do some shooting, but I can't
Lived there.
find the stupid scope ring.
Missed his family so much that he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk. And that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy. He was known as a drunk for the rest of his life. So every time he had a political problem, they'd go drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up in Shiloh.
Because he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also was funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day two of it. And like the start of day two. Maybe it was the start of day one. He started, he was late to get there. So it was like he was there. But if he was there, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war.
He had won the Civil War. Started really construction. It started like really, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, and equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York City. He became a New Yorker. He was a big part of the city.
Yeah.
And he had a son named Kermit. I think his name was Kermit.
Yeah.
So Kermit invested his money and all of his funds with some asshole guy who took it and took all of their money, every penny they had. And so Grant went to visit Van was outside of the
Not really be able to see.
went to the richest man in New York City. He was a hard ass. Didn't care for charity or anything, but he brought sure what's this the sword that was given. Well, in poverty, his sword that he surrendered to. He had this impression in the Bible that he took the oath of office and he gave him. He said, "I'm gonna sell this to you because I have no money."
Oh fuck. It's dead. Shit.
We're not doing it. He said,
I've read it's pretty much toast.
exams, and I'll give you like he bought them for the nation.
Did he buy his biography?
So here's what happened with biography. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his biography, his autobiography, is like the greatest ever written. So He met two guys on a train. It was too funny. Funny at this point. His wife was very young. He was broke. That's what everything. Broke. His wife was young. He was going to pay for desktop. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, why don't you write your autobiography and pay for $1,000? He's like, done. What? So then, about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who was like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs? He said, I'm doing it for these guys.
Charge up his batteries.
And he says, give me the book, I'll publish it. Mark Twain started his own publishing. He said, I'll publish it and I'll help you write it. And he said, I promise you guys. He said, did you sign something? He goes, no, but I did. I gave my word. So Twain, or his real name is Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He went to see, he's like, I need to see somebody trusted, this was just what happens to Sherman. And said, please get so Sherman wrote a telegram. So he wrote his autobiography and then
Picking up the match.
like no adjective. It's like all set. And so Clemens turned it into a special edition and it was the first one.
Fucker. Can't see it.
Like $500,000.
Hold it and get it. Toast. Oh, you can see it on the camera. You can't see it. Like I can't see it. That purple light you just seen. Can't get everything lined up. It's either like why is it fucking sideways? Man, there's being a fucking bitch. At least now it's away. This thing's reflecting way out there. Oh, you probably can't see. I'm all over the place. That's just making me fucking motion sick.
Not slavery, but just every law against the
Subjugation, just like everything became the same obsession as before.
Yeah.
But without slavery, it just became all about not letting them vote, keep them off.
And that goes all the way up.
You know, like we're still does yesterday. We figured it out yesterday.
Yes, thank God. Finally, all right, so yeah, Louisiana took up their act.
It'd be a lot easier.
Way the fuck ahead.
pitch black. There ain't a lick of light out there. You should shit if you saw somebody like standing there. Like, what the fuck? Those are my targets way down there that I shoot at that are like reflecting. There's some more right there. Boy. It's kind of new. I haven't really used this one that much. Actually pretty far away. You really can't tell. Smells like weed in here. Should get to task. Don't want you, don't know. Sick of the same. Whoa, 35 volts. Holy smokes.
So that's Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. And saying the presidency of Kennedy. I mean, everyone knows that. Yeah. Nations stole the presidency, and Nixon knew it. Why he resigned. And that's why that's the story. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good, most interesting president.
Most interesting, I think, to me. Yeah, I mean, Johnson was also classic. Yeah, Johnson was, and Reagan was. Somebody else, Reagan was brilliant, but I'm not sure he had any thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there are people. Yeah, he was like an actor who said, "Yeah, I guess I'll be a Republican."
Yeah.
While he was there, and then actually no, it wasn't because it was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys who was like, "You're a communist."
He just became the man. My favorite film with Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot. How do you feel about this guy? Well, I just prayed for him. He's a sick man. I found out later that he's sick. He's mentally ill. So we add him to our prayers. And we hope the best.
I hope he's doing good.
Yeah.
He's doing good. I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
About enough.
You had fun.
Why do they accuse me?
Thanks for doing it.
Sure. Thanks for asking. It's fun.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, we're not going to do that until the next one. Yeah, let's do it. We can't do that until the next one. Middle of that. So, Bad Shapes Podcast. Bad Shapes.
Here is
Brought to you by Coffee.
what makes the spark happen in the spark plug.
What?
Why did they say
Why did they say and always got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick.
It's called air gap. It's usually about the width of a business card.
I don't know what I need. I didn't know what
It is all
so I
rusty,
took the
though.
fucking quiz. It's super easy. After answering questions, how much do I sweat and how dry is my skin? They made me a custom box of products. Boy, is it quick.
I'll tell you what.
Hawthorne and Westinghouse. Boys. That's a great thing.
What do you want to know? You can't talk straight away. They can't talk
I'll
about
tell you how to do it. They've been shitting all over myself. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I used to like Manscaped. When I remember reading Manscaped's ad, and I was like, I love Manscaped. Stuff sucks. I like Hawthorne, dude.
Hey, I like Manscaped.
Hawthorne's the best.
I can deal. That was just
Hey, true.
Hawthorne, let me tell you something. Hawthorne stands by their customers, so if you're not completely satisfied, they'll retailer your products for free based on your feedback. And pay for the shipping, so there's truly no risk. That's the Hawthorne way. You know when you're buying there's a really high risk, but right now there's no risk.
Not at all. Not at all, dude.
So make sure,
I've been using the baseline.
really, touch it. I don't like that. I didn't touch it.
Somebody touch it, man. They,
So take it.
Own shit for Mac Tools. I think just this ratchet and one wrench. So the only things from Mac so Mac Tools with mine.
spray ourselves.
So make sure you're ready for anything or anyone that comes your way. Take them off into this deal. So make sure you're ready for fucking, if you're in one, make sure you're ready for anything. So go to hawthorne.co, use promo code DRENCHED to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co, promo code DRENCHED. Hawthorne.co, promo code DRENCHED.
You want to smell good? Yes, good. Get them smell goods going on.
Hey, you got this one?
Sparkly and nice.
Guys,
Oops.
just give me some anecdotes. You know,
It's in good shape.
I love it. Mega is much fun because
I Had to replace it 3 times for no reason, thinking maybe it was a defective plug or something.
That's how I get my fruits.
Yes, you guys know. What's the say? It's the chemical. They isolate the chemicals. They
They make it taste good. So not only are you, the chemical itself is addictive, they give it a good taste.
exactly.
Make it even more fucking enjoyable.
Exactly. It's all
Yeah.
So guys, check out the full line of products at lucy.co. Use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout. That's lucy.co. Be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. If you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at ca.lucy.co. But also,
That's why you like it. That's why you like it.
and probably maybe it's not like that quick reaction time to get the rating.
No, you tell them they read that.
Yeah,
You
you
can
play.
take the back of it.
Can you really?
Take loose.
Yeah.
So, guys. So, April 28th to 30th, that's this weekend, I'll be in Indianapolis. Tickets going fast, there's some tickets left, I think. May 6th, I'll be in Manchester, England. May 8th, Leeds, England. May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London. 13th, London. So this has been a big confusion for a lot of people. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. The second one is at O2 Shepherd's Bush. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there at night. And wait. I think that's the first like real theater I've ever had. London. Yeah. So that doesn't sell out. I feel like it's fucking ridiculous.
You gotta get Jason Statham down too.
Oh, I
Get
was
Statham down.
show. Welcome. Go. June 3rd through 5th, Philly, Pakistan. June 6th through 11th, Brea, St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia, Perth, Melbourne. Let's go. And then I'm dead. After that whole tour, then I will be dead.
I'm a fighter, man, dude. Place you fucking all the way to the other. Just as far. Try. Bananas comedy, though. That's the big one. That's the end. That's the absolute end. Just wicked one. What show was it for this?
Where are you going? Like, how is that? It's so late. I don't know.
We're gonna stay in Butterly, so it'll be nice. We're gonna stand
Oh,
up.
shit.
At the end of it, we'll
We're
do
gonna do a bit of a live song. Just never seen that live.
a little live. There's a little, at the end of the show, we'll have some
Oh,
games.
this week.
Yeah, this weekend. Bananas. Bananas now come north Jersey. I mean, New York.
It's not sold out yet, so if you get tickets,
But, you know, yeah, I don't know.
is it really? Another one used to be. It's not the one by
It's not in the boat.
Not a bit.
Really?
Now you're at, yeah, somewhere else. Well, it's right. Which is right next.
It'll be fun. We're gonna rip. We're gonna have, you know, things that get to have a good time.
Yeah.
So we get the Butterly Band here. It's gonna be a big one. Star.
Oh,
SS. Study.
the old SS office. No, I'm going to do it. I was disappointed no one yelled Adolf at Chris. Someone did. Someone yelled, all right. I went outside to hear it. Yes, you can see the smoke. So you just turn. Sure, turn. That means you're an OG. Sure. Also, I would like to get Dustin for people. That's what I was thinking. Like, Dust.
That'd be nice.
Dust. Dust Brown. That's it, man. What do you got?
Trip at the stand Wednesday, May 4th, and 7th, 11th would be fun. So my Instagram. Yes. And then the doghouse and such Friday, May 15th. That'll go to
That will be a certain one. Guys, we're about to go do something. Could change our lives for us. Thank you. Yeah. It's not. I checked in on it. It's okay. Everything's okay. There was.
I don't think it's bad, like medicals, like fight.
No, there's no phone. Just so we're clear. So, you're all right. Jump out. These guys, they kind of suck.
Yeah. Also, just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped.
So they had federal troops down there, which actually helped Republicans get votes. Because black people were allowed to vote at this point. They had the troops down there to protect them, to get their votes. And obviously, that's the guys that was well, rooted basically in reconstruction phase didn't do much, but this is where this is actually this is kind of these guys are backstep to Carnegie, Rockefeller, this is the rise.
Yeah, like tech guys, the Bezos, and Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's what it's
Oh my God.
well, he bought it, right?
He bought Twitter. Guys, he bought Twitter from those really great people that own it. Like now it's not going to be democracy because people, I like the former like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they're a bunch of monks. Like they just voted.
Yeah,
Now he took it and he's a piece of shit.
although I think
Elon
I think Trump's getting back on, which is what he wanted.
You don't know yet.
Yeah, could be.
Which one, Trump?
Trump. Maybe I'll come back. So this is big for his 1877.
Yeah, so those guys, the corporations started having more power than the suits because the one that does industrial north that plowed the south under, and then it's just became belch machines. And oil started.
Yeah.
And fuck it, because there was no steel, coal, oil.
Yeah.
What year we at?
This is 1877.
Okay, so no cars or anything. Like it was really big horses. The horses got bigger. They were like 10 feet wide horses.
When Hayes took over,
It's trains.
Penn Railroad cut it through, paid by 20%. So right now,
Amazon.
right now,
Amazon. It's a bitch.
so there was strikes.
Yeah.
And then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government decided to do corporations, obviously. And they used it up. They went down to yacht guys that were striking.
That's real truth. Did you ever see? I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. Because by the way, this is when people get excited and like make pop off. Like I was the last few minutes is because they actually don't know what you're talking about. I'm only hearing about it.
Yeah.
But what I hear later, what if you're like,
Strike those things.
yeah, you said it, like, beat the shit out of it. Right? Just on the fire. On which, here's a map one. Great by Sales. Oh, wait, no, 8 men out. White Sox, Black Sox.
Yeah. I know that. She was strike. Yeah.
So he made one out.
But Iron was Jesus behind.
On here. One outside. She loves him as a comic. She loves him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay, so kid preachers,
Like they're
conflict. Huh?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Dano played. He's not even younger than that. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
And he was the spiritual leader of the town, this little Pennsylvania, where you're from,
Yeah.
town, coal miners. And there's some guys start to organize to make a union, and the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union, so they wanted to help the union. So they were planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these two thugs, fucking guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are.
It's a breaker.
Doesn't want to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable. He tells a story from the Bible that clearly anyone who knows the Bible says what time and when and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but the guys, it's a great moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens. So they don't have any faith. So the truth is right in front of them and they can't hear it. It's great. Great stuff. That's my only thing I watched. That's good though. So that's, back then it was like this wicked, but it's important for the through line of America. Because once we were all trying to come into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich, and normally all over the world too, in England also, with that twist of Nichols, right? Whorehouses. That's how they did it over there. And here we had a horrible version of the same thing. 3-year-old kids working in mills. And that against the impossibility of the capitalist structure. And people trying to organize, that grew the organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people, it was the working people.
Yeah. They had to do it.
They had to. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist scheme that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it.
Yeah, this is 10, 12 years after the Civil War.
That's right.
After these guys were veterans, like they've been through hell,
Yes.
and now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because
Yes.
we're getting richer.
Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected. They get every class of veterans. They got mocked.
Yeah.
Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system and they got thrown in prison for it, whatever. But so they and also pushing west.
Yeah.
So cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West people were still gun.
Yeah.
Absolutely fighting each other with guns.
In the 1870s, it would have been Indian, towards the end of the Indian Wars.
Yeah.
I mean, the Comanche were still going wild. Like it was.
And there's still these American professional soldiers who fought in the Civil War. And some of them went west to fight the Indians.
Yeah.
And then some of them said, fuck all this, and just became gunfighters and used this ability they have, which is exactly the same as why and unfortunately herself is samurai movies. You need to watch. Clint Eastwood?
Yeah.
Fistful of Dollars? Yes. Fistful of Dollars remake.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese movie called Yojimbo. This is not a hidden ideas. Yes, I used to watch all this stuff. Okay, so Magnificent Seven is a remake of the Seven, not like we know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm trying
Seven
to get the
Samurai.
fucking story, if I'm being honest.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
This is all has to do with present.
We're getting loud, dude.
I know.
We're still in the 80s.
Skip
We're talking about
skip.
Japanese movies.
The Seventh Samurai is Magnificent Seven is a remake of Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies. It's amazing. Because the Japanese medieval era was the same So like just exactly the same as God. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who are just out for hire and these tattoos and the law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. Okay, so Hayes came after him. Fuck Hayes. Who after Hayes?
Garfield. 1880. No, it's a good one.
Okay.
This is a cool fact, man. He could write Latin and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's going to be smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. This is after.
So he's not a nerd.
He was a nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight months. This is after Johnson Grant. Just, 200 days in his office. Into office. He was on his way to a college reunion. He was at a DC res.
College reunion?
He was going to a college reunion.
Wow.
This is
Joe
Joe.
shots.
He was gonna, beer bomb. He was gonna go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau was very interesting. He was a Mormon. He was a traveling Mormon who thought that he had campaigned.
It's like a village idiot but traveling.
He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him.
Failed doing what?
He, for religious shit, he joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks. Then he would be like, I'm gonna start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. Then he would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking DC, and he started trying to do speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. He was like, how about Vienna? They're like, who are you? So then he got angry and he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the side of his what it was. And he couldn't afford the ivory handle. I'll give you the ivory handle. He's like, this is going to be in a museum. Is it? Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. But he shot him twice. And then
How did he get close?
think back then you could just walk up. There was no secret service. You could just walk up behind him, and he yelled like, "I'm here for Arthur, who was the vice president." Chester Arthur. Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the real president
Because he's gonna
Yeah.
make me ambassador.
So Garfield died 2 months later from these wounds.
So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed.
Yes, this is after Lincoln.
Yep. Second guy. Okay.
Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884 is now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing that's cool is he married a 21-year-old. Ow! Yeah, pretty good. Then he won the popular vote, lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, don't fucking do that. Why don't you come back in 4 years? Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison.
She's still around.
Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He would leave the office at noon every day and just go on.
Just go upstairs.
Yeah, just hang out.
Okay, so yeah.
So this is still just a run of horrific presidents.
Stinks. All
that
these
are
guys
just
stink.
destroying.
We're marching through the 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets freedom.
Yeah.
People like his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot
Right. Yeah.
and now their new daughter, Baby Ruth. Okay. You know the candy one?
Yeah, but isn't it?
Baby, no. I think it's named after their daughter.
You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth?
You gotta look that up.
Feels closer to true. Did they even have candy bars back then?
Look. You know,
Double mountain.
you know,
Mountains named after?
Dude, I have a feeling. I have a strong feeling. What? I like that. Okay, so you can get mountains. Okay. See if mountains named after one person.
Okay. I mean, that's just sad.
What if it says Miss Shane? What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's 97. He did his entirely from his front porch in Ohio. Yeah.
Sorry. That was weird. A trip to breaker in the house, but not the one out here. It's just a whole set of separate breakers for the garage right here. Not even a trip, but the one in the house did.
His last person. Some war. He didn't want war. Everybody's seen
I got it where I needed it, though.
his old man. After that.
Only 4 people. I just left in the dark for 5 minutes. So I can't get the needle off. I'm trying to use like manual impact. Those are kind of cool.
He didn't want to successful with those because guys like William Randolph Hearst,
I could be light, but it needed to be heated.
We gotta go to war. Fuck that. So we sent the USS Maine and the Cuba's port somehow exploded. No one knows how. 50 guys died. The Maine war to Spain. He said it's remember the Maine war chickens from Kenny created the situation in the White House. That was pretty late so that they could move around. It's exciting stuff. Nice work. It's a 10-week war. Yeah, the U.S. fucks them up.
I just rearranged everything and brought everything out here from the house. Because if you leave it out in the winter, it like sweats. It's weird, all the metal sweats. Because I just
And his doctor told his father he's got to stay in bed. You know, he died in his teens. Yeah. So he told him, well, they weren't touching bodies, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane. Yeah. Walked in. He was a ball of insane energy. Just do anything. Yeah, just got there. He was. And he was kind of an animal. Yeah. But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that they did, like, caricatures of. Like, he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth in his glasses. So he was the first guy that did like this funny version of him, and he liked it. So he thought, that's cool, because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above them, you know? And he liked it, so he let that work live free. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number 2. So, like, they asked him to run New York City Police Department. And he became the commissions. They helped him run the commissioners as like number 2. But he created the number 2 position. The number 1 is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started all this education for this. But I think he invented the police academy because New York City, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to pay somebody, because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they didn't do it. They never stopped crime. Yeah, and they just get paid to protect one
find some electrical
gang
tape.
or the other in New York City. And
Maybe
so
even run the
they were
house
all
again.
fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction. You can't be old. You have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy. You have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to get an education. You get taught lots of things that they have. It's a school. And so he started that. The police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department. And this is where he was better than he wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this. Yeah. And they ran him out of town right. And he was fired. But to him, it was like, mission accomplished. Teddy would do everything until he was despised. He didn't go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not Teddy. Yeah. So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut. sort of thing kind of say Navy, which I less.
Yeah. He was obsessed with. He wrote,
Yeah.
what was how we could have won that, but it was awesome because we didn't have a Navy ready. And his whole thing was we need to have a Navy.
That's right.
Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think either West Point or the Naval Academy, where he was like, it was probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be the
Somebody in the world.
naval power.
Yeah.
He did two things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the national park system.
Yeah.
No one even thought of it. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land
Yeah.
and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it. The Amazon, they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare. Because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone wishes they wouldn't.
Definitely
So
got some
Teddy did that.
magnetism skill.
Gave us
It's
a
bad
made us
though.
think.
It needs to come off anyway.
And then he was vice president, but he didn't want to get it. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about, this was him, the Spanish one.
Yeah.
And what's it called? Hill.
Fucking
San
Juan.
Yeah.
And he went over. Yeah, he went over the hill.
Did
Yeah, he was nuts.
he got everybody killed?
Yes, he did. He was crazy.
What's cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all
Yes.
Old West guys,
Yes.
like gunslingers, Rough Riders, Native American, mixed with New York Irish cops, like just the nastiest fucking.
Just noticed that the magneto is kind of zoomed. It's really low. Like the factory adjustment. Sorry, I'm gonna spin you a little bit here. It's the right way.
He took over when his dad died. He became like a very strong brother.
It's like, so the beginning. I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another Kermit? Like
Here.
Kermit was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son.
It's sitting really low on that magnet. Like the bottom eighth of an inch isn't even at the magnet. This one's even worse. Slowly. It's the right orientation.
So then when he was,
When his brother was drunk, who Elliot was out of control, he was right, but he got like he just did what anybody would do if they were a Roosevelt.
number one always fucks up.
There. So this is the pickup. It's like sitting adjusted kind of off a bit. So it's air gapped. The air gap looks okay. It's pretty close actually, but it looks closer on film. There we go. That's proper air gap. About the width of a business card. But they're so low to the magnet. In fact, this one's actually sitting below the magnet. So I'm gonna try to adjust that. I've never really seen that before. I never noticed that. But, you know, everything coming out of Amazon and China and quality control is long gone. Long gone. I bought some fans, like a table fan. It's like a 10-inch oscillating table fan. Fucking thing didn't come with a blade. Like, what? Took the box, ripped the box apart 20 times thinking I'm an idiot. No, the stupid thing didn't come with the fan. It had no fan blade. Unbelievable. It was a comfort zone fan. And I bought a 2-pack of 6-inch ones. One of them didn't work right out of the box at all. The other one, I just happened to walk by one day and it's like jerking. I'm like, what? I go over there, it's melting. The thing overheated so bad, it was melting. And if I wasn't home, it probably would have started on fire. Fucking comfort zone. I got both off Amazon. I left all hell of a bad review. That's bullshit. They don't have like the UL listing like we have, underwriter laboratory listing on electrical shit to make sure you don't burn your house down. It's just not so shitty made that it's gonna start a fire.
Whatever. But it was interesting. I think him or
So now we've lost 3 presidents.
three guys got shot in the 1800s. Since 18, so the last 40 years.
Yes.
I believe those are adjustment.
Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking like bullshit.
Right.
Somebody came running up the hill like he's shot. You're the president. They get there, the guy's fine. But he died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad. This is bad medicine.
Still over 80 degrees out.
The president of the
Kind
finger
of like 85 in
Yeah.
here.
because of how bad medicine was and how infected wounds were. So, okay, so McKinley's dead.
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
Yeah,
Teddy's the
Teddy's the president of the United States. First day at the White House, he's like walking into the White House, and he runs into
black wrestler.
Says, hey, I want to have some issues I want to talk about. And Teddy says, come to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner. First night in the White House, he hosts a black man. Never happened in the history of the country. A black man being a guest for dinner at the White House. The whole now, the first event of Teddy's presence is that the Senate, and I quote it, the Senate censured the president for having, there was nobody in the mix. And like if it happened today, even like fucking AOC was like, oh no, you're coming to the White House. Everyone like all the way across the board said that's not okay. And they censured him. They tried to throw him out. They're like, maybe we should impeach him. But the best thing they could do was censure him for having had a black man get to the White House. So this was what Teddy, this is the kind of guy he was. He went on, he had dinner constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him, elevated him more and more because he was just like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. There's one more I want to say about the Spanish Civil War. It's pretty funny. Yeah, they took that bill. He was everybody else was so they took one bill, and then he saw San Juan, or whatever it's called. He was like, "We're gonna take that." He went on by himself. Right. 5 guys followed him. 3 of them got shot.
Yeah, because he went all of a sudden.
Yeah.
He's like, we're doing this.
Yeah,
and
he didn't order anything.
No, he went a hail of gunfire.
So then he came back, and one of the guys was laying down. He was like, "How are you gonna lay down when I'm up on this horse? Get up." As soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head, killed him instantly. But then he led the charge, and they were all, a lot of them died. But
Some of them have been president.
He did it purely out of like, I wanted to be in war, which is really a terrible, terrible thing. Terrible leader.
He
for
had
that. For that.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
But he won.
He won. It worked out.
It did work out.
And then one great story about him that I heard was that he would fight whoever was the heavyweight champ.
Yeah.
He would bare knuckle.
Yeah.
So like Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship, so he was invited. He doesn't know this was going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So he got in the Oval Office,
Yeah.
comes to the Oval Office, and he did and he was like, fucking starts. And Jack Johnson's like, what are you doing? He's like, come on now. Because to him, it was like it made sense
Yeah.
that the president should fight the heavyweight champion. And he fought him. And Johnson blinded in one eye, and Teddy begged him, please don't tell anybody. Because I'll get it. Because Teddy, he's not supposed to do this. So he used to get people to leave the room, and then he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, which he was always in denial about. He was sort of ashamed that he did this thing.
Yeah, this guy's insane.
He was not. Again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters.
Yeah.
Fast and
But he did a ton of great shit, and then he started going after all these trusts. He started breaking up all these monopolies. He started. So he's the first president from this fucking lull of just garbage presidents to start to actually like reform shit.
That's right.
Start to really.
Well, that's what
he became a
like when he
progressive.
was governor of New York, he was doing something that was like huge, and one of his aides said, "If you pull this off, you will be president." And Teddy snapped at him and said, "Don't ever in your life say something like that to me." He said, "If I had my own career and potential to the math, my decisions, then it'll do for everything." He said, "We never have to think about my career." And he really did live that.
Yeah. He personally. That's funny. Like he wrote to his lady because he was in D.C.
Yeah.
Maybe before he was the vice president. He was in New York. That's when he became the vice president. He was in New York, and that guy that he was in his political party, I forget the guy's name, was like, send him to D.C. I don't want him in New York anymore.
Yeah.
He's a fucking nightmare.
No, he was a
fighting
nightmare.
everybody.
He
He's
had
fighting
no
everybody.
comfortable place he could possibly be, but president of the United States.
But he was like, every time I walk past the White House, like, I could be there someday.
Yes.
Like, he had that in him, but
The greatest piece of film on Teddy is that he was the first president to fly in an airplane. And there's film of it. He went in with a hot rod guy who was like a barnstormer guy.
yeah.
And it's just a biplane, and they show him, it's shitty black and white footage, but he gets on the plane and it corkscrews and does. He was already retired, he was kind of older, and you see him get out of it, and you see him go like, whoa, great! But that's how much of a badass he was.
Youngest president, also.
Youngest one.
42 or 43, yeah.
Yes. 2 terms,
1-2 terms.
and then
Elected.
and then left. Then he decided not to run the third time because he didn't like Republican politics, and then he ran for a third term, skipping it.
And he split the vote.
On a new, what was it called? The party Bolton's, something like that.
Skip the party gets shot.
Yes, he got shot. Point blank in the chest. And he had a big thick thing of his speech.
Yeah.
And he had something else with metal. I forget what was something they got. It wasn't a flask.
Yeah.
But he had some shit in his pocket.
The bullet got lodged into his chest.
Right, it went, but it
was in his chest.
It didn't get into his
It didn't break his muscle.
No.
It stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat.
Finish the speech.
And he said it's going to take a lot more to kill him. Which is just get shot in the speech. And cleared his throat.
Great moment.
Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm forgetting. Could have been Taft. And then Taft is okay.
Black, extremely fat guy. Did he die or
Yeah. No, he got stuck. I think it's stuck. He gets stuck. He gets watered down at the top. And that takes us to Wilson. Because then Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decides to Wilson back.
And Wilson was
Split jersey.
governor.
I don't know. This is where I stopped.
Wilson is, I don't know much about him, except for me, like some of the sources from what I know about these guys come from different places. So what I know about Wilson is because, I read this book
All you can do is put a washer under it so it rolls it up a little bit,
and it's about how
so it's more on that magnet.
World War I was
Still looks like it's not even 100%. It like needed even thicker washer.
Iran and Syria and all these places only
That was a good start.
British, American, French. These are lines of that's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people.
Yeah.
They just didn't have a place at that table, so we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different.
What's it called? What's it called? It's the something. It's 2 names. It's whatever. But yeah, it was colonization. They just were like,
Yeah, the treaty,
split it.
whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, World War I was this just bizarre, stupid. Until World War I, Europe was still all kings and princes,
Yeah.
and there was still a country called Russia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of, and it was still the whole,
Yeah.
and they had some budding democracy, but they still gave it enormous amount of power. They're stupid fucking dicks. Yes. Yes. And yes. All of them cuss each other. Yes.
And the leaders are number one.
Mr. Wilhelm was an uncle to Nicholas Tsar, French Wars, Russia. Yeah. And so they fought this ridiculous war piece. And now they have mechanized. They have machine guns.
Yeah.
Some of the ships go here.
Yeah.
And just start firing crazy weapons at each other, artillery.
Yeah.
And the U.S. But the real thing about that war was at least it was the Turkish Empire was falling apart. Peace. I think we started to figure out where oil was in the Middle East. I don't know this went down my head, but Wilson refused to get to the war because he knew it was imperialist bullshit. And at the time, America was against going out and saying other places for imperialism was something America hated because it still wasn't that long ago. Here it comes. So we finally did it. I don't know why.
It was hard for U.S. standards because half the population is German. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Half's Irish.
Yeah.
Yes. All this. And I think it was like the Lusitania.
I guess that was doing that. It was really bullshit. I don't know
Yeah,
what it was.
I think Lusitania did have weapons on it.
Money on it. But when we ended the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that really said anything. We made up. We had like there was like a morality to what we did, at least politically, not economically. We never cared, sure, because the gold leverage. I'm getting straight out. I don't know who's after Wilson.
Wilson, man. Wilson would be. I'll tell you what. Harding.
Don't know. Don't care.
Harding was corrupt. He was really corrupt and started leading to
Fucking whatever. Then
Coolidge. Same thing. Customers watching because who cares?
Yeah.
This is the Roaring Twenties.
Yeah.
So shit's going well financially.
Yeah, they had their pandemic during all those guys, but
Yeah, these guys are all corrupt.
yes.
And like, it's just out of control. The
Yes.
economy's out of control, but everything, and this is post World War
So
One.
it was after Coolidge.
Coolidge is Hoover. After Hoover.
Right, or Hoover.
And then but this shit starting to turn around a
Yes.
little. And then here comes FDR.
Okay, so FDR, again, my approach is always with these guys were as people, and my favorite take on FDR is, what's his name? Churchill's. So I read this book, Churchill, and it's called Franklin and Winston, about their relationship.
Yeah.
Churchill wasn't a nerd. He was, fat, English nerd. He was a nerd. He was a little nerd. Yeah, he was a nerd. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was also a rich kid. He was a nerd. Yeah. He was also a really dedicated to people. And he did a lot of things like up here in upstate New York. He had Hyde Park. There's all these massive estates. Hyde Park, the Vanderbilts left right next door. And he gave, because when he became president, he gave Hyde Parks to the country. He said, you just let it be a museum for a time when people lived like this. And he persuaded his next door neighbors, the Vanderbilts, to do the same. He got all the upstate rich people. He said, move into the city and give these places, let these be places for the people to visit. So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just thought he was the coolest. He was Americans came off really cool back then. And Churchill was not this, very. And so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two of them. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park to plead the case, please come into the war, because Franklin wasn't coming into the war. So he spent like a night in Hyde Park and they talked, and it was Churchill spoke like for the first time with Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in his book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing, I feel so good to have really spent time with you, and I feel a connection with you. And Roosevelt said, "Take it." And then the other one, he just heard the other great thing was at Yalta, conference in Yalta, where yes, FDR and Churchill are trying to get Stalin to come into the war on the Allied. He could have come to either side. It was awesome. Or he could have stayed out. But a Russian front to the war was everything. It turned out to be everything. Same thing that happened to it's what stopped. It's what killed Napoleon, because Russia just wars, and anything that makes Russia just gets absorbed and then stuck for the winter. It killed Napoleon, and it killed eventually took Hitler. It's not where they lose, but it's where they get they drains. Okay. Yeah. So Churchill is like the European states. He's the one who's been fighting the war longer, and he's like he's been mechanizing. How am I going to do this? And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, "Let's talk. Let's plan how we're going to get Joseph." And FDR goes, "Oh, let's have lunch. We'll do it after lunch. After lunch." And he's like, "Okay, what are we gonna? We're gonna combat you. We're gonna triangulate. We're gonna." That's and FDR's like, sorry. I got that. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. And then they're at lunch with Stalin, and and Roosevelt looks at Churchill and says to Stalin, "Just look at Churchill. Look at what a fat, weird little man he is. What if he looks ridiculous?" And Stalin is like shocked, and he looks at Churchill and he goes, and he just laughs, and he fucking drinks vodka, and he's fucking singing songs. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser. And then you know, and FDR's like, "So you come in our side?" And Joe's like, "Yeah, I come in your side." And of course I come in your side. He just read the room, and he knew what had to be done, and it was throwing fucking Winston Churchill into the bus. Yeah. Making him feel like a fat little fuck. He was mad about it. He was mad. Churchill was mad. Yeah. No, but he got the. I mean, he won World War II. Yes, he did. But he had the humiliating. Yeah. The best was Churchill. Churchill's like a cigar. You're like, we just won. Like as soon as Pearl Harbor. Right. He was like, it's over. There is one point we need to meet in person with FDR. So the British took Churchill in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. And the American fleet sent warship that had Churchill that had on like sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier, and they and they put it over to Churchill, to the English, and they were the Nazis had come along. There was like 1,000 guns just for a meeting between those two guys on a yacht drinking whiskey in the middle of the ocean. So that's all I got. FDR 3 times. Yeah, and then he died. So Truman. Okay, Truman. Fuck the New Deal. We don't need to talk about it. Yeah, don't care. We're talking about the guys, not the American history. So Truman was his third vice president. Truman was Missouri, I think. Yes, and he was considered. He was like in a way that like that kind of like if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, I can't do that fucking guy. But Truman was like, we picked this not gonna fuck this up, you know. And they picked Truman. Truman was a guy who worked at a haberdashery. It didn't work out. He was one of these guys. His father was a farmer. He was running his farm, and then he went to work at the bank and was kicking ass. Yeah. And then his father's farm failed. His father, so he took it over, and that wiped out like 10 years of his life was just being a farmer. And he had a haberdashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and then when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically, all the money, like billions of dollars, would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries, and they would all steal. And every senator in Washington was stealing all the war. We were fighting Hitler, and everybody in Washington was just stealing money and fleecing their fucking pockets. Like, it's a truly, like, had this idea. Let's not do that. Let's try to win. Let's try to win, and let's try to get the money to be sold. We're done. And everybody, that's what they want to do. Most everybody's the one guy. So, they made vice president. Nobody locked him out of every, like they always do vice president. So one night, he's in Sam Rayburn's office. Sam Rayburn was like the greatest speaker of the House. Sam Rayburn. There's the building that all the offices are in. Is the Sam Rayburn building. He was like the first great speaker. So Sam Rayburn, he's in his office. They the Sam Rayburn. They had a darts. They smoking, Christian smoking. And certainly vice president. Nobody talks to him. And he's playing with Sam, the other guys, late. And then he gets a call on his phone. And it's Ellen Roosevelt. She says, my husband, this guy. Yeah, he needs to get away. So, how that happened, he just went on the street alone. And they were in a taxi and realized this is Jesus Christ word for but the president is taxi. And then the famous moment is that he got to the White House and Ellen reading from the door. Jim said, this is the president. She says, Mr. President, and it's crying. And everyone was like, this is, she's like, you're truly love it, but he was very good. I love it. And drop the bomb.
And don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
They had, there's this thing in history where everyone's to be like, I can't believe they did that. Look,
No, there's the account of the announcement. Truman was on a ship he was on a big ship, and he was having a big banquet. Yeah, and he got the report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had just it worked. Yeah, that it worked.
Yeah.
So it worked, and he did a little ting 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 ting. And everybody, just so you know, we dropped a bomb on Hiroshima. It worked, and we're starting to get. I think Nagasaki dropped down for you.
OMB Warehouse presents The Great Good Garage.
Hello, and welcome back to OMB Warehouse with The Great Good Garage. Today we're going to take this new equipment and I want to show you what the just valves on this. A very common issue with most customers is they'll buy a new camshaft and they'll put it into the engine, they don't want to readjust their lash, and they're going to say, we're going to pull. It's broke my road. There's a reason behind that. Just cam going.
Rotate the flywheel clockwise, you'll see that the exhaust valve go down and up on the left. On the right, rotate down and up. On the left, the exhaust valve goes down slightly and up, and that's reset last good valve.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? So, this is the very first episode of Carts and Parts. Today, I'm working on a compression ring,
the top dead center. And there's two ways you can do it. Either look down in there where the spark plug goes, or you just stick a little screwdriver
be able to see just rock, your crankshaft, that compression issue. I got that taken care of. So after I get these adjusted, I need to get.
Rotate the flywheel clockwise, you see the exhaust valve.
Hey guys, so I picked up this Honda engine and it's got a knock in it, which sounds a little like this. So the first thing I'm going to try is the valve lash. I think it's been tampered or messed with. That's just because that is not the bolt that it originally came with. So let's open it up and see if it's to spec. If you notice, they took this off. That's because the Honda had the little mark right there. That's so that you can find the top dead center. Make sure it's up. It's just a jam up. It's really tight. Could be a little play. This one's really tight, which might be the culprit. So this top one's just a jam nut. And this one right here is actually what tightens it. So according to my Honda spec sheet, looks like my intake made a 0.15 millimeter and a 0.2 millimeter for the exhaust. 0.2 exhaust, 0.15 intake. It's pretty easy to tell which intake is on the carburetor.
Rotate the flywheel.
figure out who makes this motor. There's so many people making the same motor. Fucking city member in there?
it springs I've never seen. They're like brake drop springs. Oh, set of fuel gauges and do it the right way. has this extra step in there. There must be a compression release. You can use it instead. It's weird, I've never seen that before. Pushes the valve and the exhaust valve in just a real little for just a real short duration. That's what the whole stroke looks like, and that's the partial stroke. Must be like a compression release. Full stroke. Compression release. I'll be right back. So that sets of feeler gauges. One of them are in the house. It won't take long. I plugged in. Oh my god, it's been 2 hours. Holy shit.
I'm so fucking sorry. I can't find them. Go figure. You got 10 toys. Missing one? Oh, that sucks. Rule number 3, very common in the printing industry. Sorry about that.
And it is set to match right now, which is 4,200 plus run. Hey guys, we're doing how to today. This picture kind of blown up, and the front of the motor. Like I said, this wrench fan for this particular motor, you need a little start bit for it, which is a Torx head. So let me set you guys up here and point you in the right direction. Okay, so this first part here, I've already loosened the nuts on this. Okay, so it's just a pair of these are all different sizes. Okay, so depending on how thick, if you guys can see that, I'm going to set this one at a specific tolerance, and I know that it's correct for this. Second here, and I'll get you all zoomed in here. So this particular one, this is your exhaust valve, and the top one is your intake. Okay, so this is the one that I was having problems with on this particular one. If you look at this and you move around, you know that that's bad, that's not supposed to be that loose, okay? The best way to set this so that way you can actually adjust it is to spin the motor over, okay, and if you watch here, you can be able to see that it actually starts to compress it. This is the push rod, and here's the push rod, and that pushes it up. Okay, so let me spin it a little more, and I'm spinning this by hand here. There it's closed. What you do is you wait until the other side is completely compressed, and that way you know that it's on top dead center, or at least to where you can adjust it, okay? So that puts it so it's like this. You use your star bit, okay? Some of these may be a little different, but the procedure is going to be basically the same with any bar. Okay, so you get this, just loosen it up. Okay, so I've already loosened this one up just for demonstration purposes here. Okay, so you loosen this one up. Then you back this off a little bit. Get your feeler gauge. That's this thing. Okay, so this is the correct feeler gauge for this particular motor. Okay, so your spring of that and your valve or your lifter comes across here. Okay, in between here, put your feeler gauge in between in there. You should be able to, basically put this back and forth through here as easily as it is. Put this in between in here, and you should feel a slight amount of drag. Okay, you'll understand what I'm talking about when you actually do this, or if you ever used one of these the feeler gauges before. Okay, so what you do is, as you're tightening it up, you take it, slide this back and forth. Okay, if you can see the motion here, then I'm taking my hand out of the way. Okay, so you move this back and forth until she starts to drag a little. Okay, so no drag. Okay, start maybe drag a little. Let's see here.
Hey, good afternoon, Board Medic 1. Today I'm working on my little air compressor, and I'm doing a little maintenance to it, and I was going to adjust the valves, and I got to thinking, what is the most common mistake most people make when adjusting the valves on a four-cycle engine? Four-cycle engine it has two. You have one on the compression stroke, top dead center, and you have one on the exhaust stroke, top dead center. What you want to do is when you adjust the valves, you want to get the piston at the top of its stroke on the compression stroke. If you get the piston on that top dead center on the wrong stroke, you adjust your valves, it's not going to run. So let's go ahead and pull this piston up to the top of the center on the compression stroke. Go around, right here. Let's pull the valve cover and check the valve position. Piston is at the top dead center on the compression stroke that we know by looking at the valve lifters or the rocker arms that, they've got slack, and that's what you want. However, if you were to adjust these valves with the piston at top dead center on the exhaust stroke, watch what happens. Pull the motor over around one time, right here. Next, on the exhaust stroke. All right, top dead center on the exhaust stroke. As you can tell, we are tight. And this may give, the inexperienced technician the thought that, man, these valves are just too tight. Well, if you adjust the valves in this position, the engine's going to run, but it ain't going to run right because when it comes back around to the compression stroke, the valve lash is going to be just too wide. Basically, 4 cycles of this engine. And your intake is your carburetors here, so this is going to be your intake valve, and this will be your exhaust valve with your muffler. So see if we can eyeball this piston and kind of watch down here on the rubber arms. Right now, we are on the intake stroke, so the piston's going to go down, and the intake valve will open, drawing in the mixture. Now the piston's going to start its way back up. It's going to be the compression stroke. Right about there is when the spark plug fires. The piston's going to go down. None of the valves should be moving. Piston's going down. And as the piston comes back up, the exhaust valve opens. And as the piston reaches the top, it's pushing the exhaust out through the muffler. And then the cycle just repeats itself. Until you wear it out. Adjust your valves and top dead center on the compression stroke. Maybe just a few degrees after the compression stroke to make sure you clear the compression release on an engine that's got one like this one. But other than that, you should be good to go. If this helps you out, please give me a thumbs up and smash that like button. And the guys will see you on the next one. Have a great Thanksgiving. Okay.
Alright, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys the difference between top dead center compression and overlap. The intake valve's opening, piston's going down. Okay, so we're going to fill the cylinder. Okay, as the piston comes back up, you'll see the exhaust valve is not moving at all. Okay, so now we've got this tightened up combustion area. Our both our valves are closed. Here's a nice close-up showing both valves closed against their seats. But this is where we check valve clearances when we do maintenance. Okay, I should be able to go in here. If this has the clearance, then I should be able to rotate that bucket with no effort. If I can't rotate the bucket, what do I know? I either have no clearance or I possibly have overlap. So it should be a clue right away. Makes sense? Okay, so let me keep going here. Now we've sealed the chamber in there. We power this combustion fluid. So we're going to shove that piston down. Now the piston is still moving down. Okay? And the exhaust valve is starting to open. What's the intake valve doing? It's closed, right? So now we're going to come up and we're just going to fully open the exhaust valve and we're going to shoot those gases out and we're done with it. Watch what we have. We have a thing called overlap. So now, of our second time up, okay, piston is all the way up. Look at the cam lobes. This is the first over here. You said they're facing each other. Watch. No valve clearance. Okay? Doesn't have to be fully open. It's just over a little bit. Can you see where there's a gap in there? Here's a nice close-up of the valves slightly open in that overlap position, just off their seats. Okay, it's just barely off the seat, but both of them are. Watch what happens when I continue on starting the process over again. The exhaust valve was on its way closing, if you remember, and the intake valve was open. Okay? So we'll start over. There's intake, compression. Go ahead. I want to make a video really spend some time in here because this is an area that every year we're teaching or training techs or whatnot that I see as a problem where people seem to have this lack of understanding of top dead center compression because overlap is not talked about in service manual because it's not anything needed for us as technicians or maintenance or assembly. So that's why it's not discussed. It's an actual fact that happens, but you're just not going to see it. So people find top dead center and then take for granted that on a four-stroke engine you need 720 degrees or 2 full revolutions to have a full complete cycle. The big trick here is really if you determine the motor is in the right direction of travel, which when I say right, I don't mean right, I mean correct. You're going to find that when the intake valve fully opens and fully closes, and the piston works its way back up the next time around, you will always be on top dead center compression, just from intake, compression, power, and exhaust. So if you keep that clue in mind, you should be safe and be good to always set valve clearance, do cam timing, and do the needed tasks that we need to do on these engines. I cannot recommend enough if you're unfamiliar, unsure, use the service manual. Follow it like a checklist, and everything you need is in here to go need as well. But hope this video helps. Watch the motor being turned over. There's a bunch of other great stuff on YouTube that shows the cycles and cutaways. This is one we made here in the college. I did with some students to the engine motor. I was no good cut it up and a little bit more useful too. So hope you enjoyed it and keep on wrenching. If you like what you see here, would you please share it? I'd love you to keep my platform going here on technical education and the ways to be great in your craftsmanship.
Whether you're installing a distributor, setting the ignition timing, phasing in your new cam sync, or even degreeing a cam, finding top dead center is a critical step that's not as easy as it sounds. I'll show you how to find top dead center using a few different methods depending on how complete your engine is. If you're working with a complete engine,
Alright, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys the difference between top dead center compression and overlap. The intake valve's opening, piston's going down. Okay, so we're going to fill the cylinder. Okay, as the piston comes back up, you'll see the exhaust valve is not moving at all. Okay, so now.
Hey, good afternoon, board one today. I'm working on my little air compressor, and I'm doing a little maintenance to it, and I was going to adjust the valves, and I got to thinking, you know,
Hey everybody, welcome back to Steve's Small Office. Thanks for coming back. I got a little special invite you to stream right up to my website, stevesmallingsaloon.com. Check that out when you get a chance. I'm just taking the valve cover off of this engine right now.
Like 68. I can't even get a 1 in there. Can't even get a 0.15 in there. that 2 people? 27? That's awesome. That thing's dirty. It's never been used and it's filthy.
because it's never ran.
A lot of times mice will build nests in the exhaust, in the muffler, some in the exhaust system. That keep it from sliding too.
So you can use it with a different engine. Whatever it is, it's something else. Yeah, a lot of times my superheater doesn't rest. It's supposed to keep it from sparking, so you don't start like a fucking forest fire. Seen it worked on before. You know, looking at it, bolts that I'd never touched before are all marked up. It's not normal. From the factory like that. Huh. That's fucking weird. Not a good sign. Stuff for no reason. Does that little gasket that I'd have to redo. Which I don't have the shit to do it. Oh, thanks.
takes it. So he's driving a bloody pink driver to her dates. And like he would look after her. He said, "You're gonna marry me someday." And so he's just sort of like this friend, and he looked after her, and then he wore her down. Same thing with Truman and Bessie. Bessie would wrote long letters that we have now, and in one of the letters he wrote and said, "I want to marry you." Actually, I said, "Please marry him, just not don't like them." And he wrote back and he said, "I just want to thank you for not making fun of me when I asked you. So let's please remain friends." They were friends for years, and then he started like she was like, she started looking at herself in the mirror. I'm like, getting younger, and this dude might be something. So I don't know what to went into. We were just looking at a guy. I was watching a thing on Reddit before we left. And it's another. It is when they like try to get with a lady, and they're like, no, and they're like, I'm just gonna be the fucking president. That's what happened in so you put yourself in the vice. It's like my favorite part of the movie, Chain. He like we'll get to that. Getting a DUI, getting like a DUI, getting a fight, and then and she's like, "You're a loser. I'm gonna leave you." It's like, "I'll become the greatest man of all time." Well, she made him that.
Yeah.
But I'll get it because I've met that lady. So
Wait, what's the story of the letter to Jackie?
So Jackie, when John was dead, she still got his blood on her pink dress. She wanted to go, "Nice fucking dress." She's like, "I'm not gonna wear this for one fucking day." She kept it on. And you know the thing that she had in rings in her hands?
Yeah.
She walked up to somebody in the operating room and said, "Does anybody need a ring?"
It's like an IKEA.
The president's ring in her.
Yeah, she was like, "I found a screw on the ground."
Yeah, you guys, and they're like, "Oh, shit." That is. She's like, "Is that important?" They're like, "Yeah, it's pretty important."
That's his.
And they're like, she's like, "You want to put it back in?" They're like, "No, you go ahead." She made it right. It's true. It's true. You see the autopsy photos? In the background, you can see her. She can see that stuff. Sweet Peas. So she wrote. One of the funniest things they followed or something. Anyway, I made fun of him the last one. I want to praise him. I love him. It's like my brother. We used to live you say, hey, you tell him about something, he finds the joke. So the thing I told him about was that there's somewhere in Asia they love monkey brains. And the best way to preserve monkey brains is when they're still alive. So there's these tables with little like skull-shaped holes in them. Yeah. And they put the monkey up there and they cut the top of it, and you just cut it open and you eat it on a stylish fork. And I said this today, if you pretend to be one of the days, like, I'm sending mine back, it's retarded. This was retarded, I want my money back. Okay, so, no, so Jack's dead, and Jackie writes next to her. Yeah. And she says, "Listen, I know that you're gonna charge it at trying to be president. Like, I'm thinking about you right now. With my husband dead, you're the first person I thought of. You and Pat and your family. And I think about what we all sacrifice of ourselves in order to achieve these great historical moments, in order to be president. And I lost my husband. He killed him. And I don't want this to happen to you. You're a good man. You've got a good family. And I'm just saying, this is me saying now.
For 2 months, I can't remember put the head in
God,
covers.
I'm tired. Be a family man. Because it's going to kill you too.
Yeah.
She wrote this. Wow. Great one. Wow. Now, there's another thing. When LBJ was president, he was very much in love with Jackie. He just loved, everyone loved Jackie. Yeah. So LBJ loves Jackie, and there's a tape you can hear of him calling Jackie from the White House, drunk. In the middle of the night, you hear her like, "Hello?" And he's like, "Jackie, God damn it, I love you, Jackie." And you hear her, "Mr. President?" Oh, what a betrayal. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Jackie, I don't know what to do anymore. Mr. President? She's like, "I know." And next night here. soon as I heard the accent, I'm like,
Yeah.
it's just too much.
See, I never heard Jack.
I don't like biopics. I don't like
Really?
Not you. But anyway,
Yeah.
LBJ was I mean, I told you this story last time we read we stopped, but the two stories I also read and saw in his library, one was that a Mexican woman lived in his home district in Texas. Her husband died, he was killed in a personal action, and his coffin was sent back to her hometown, and nobody would bury it because he's Mexican. None of the undertakers, none of the cemeteries would take the body because they're only white people. And so she wrote to LBJ, who was at the time her senator, and she said, is there anything you can do? I can't bury my work. They have this letter, and you see his reply, and he says, I'm really sorry to inform you that I can't force those people to do something they don't want to do. And I know it's not enough, but all I can do is bury your husband in Arlington Cemetery with full honors. So that guy, so that's the kind of guy he is. And that's a quiet story of this. You know what I mean? He was a principled guy. He was a fucked up guy. He was weird. But that's something he did. And
Was he? I asked you this.
Yeah.
Before. Was he like? Because he got sick. Like,
Yeah, he did. He was jail when he was passed. It was always his intention. He was an integrationist guy. He was a guy who wanted an integration. He lived in Texas. He was a southern Delaware. So he was pragmatic about it.
was he a big guy? Big.
Yeah, he was. So he was a farm. He was a real fucking country guy, and he did stuff like he had his dog, and he would lift his dog by the ears, show the press, look at my dog, and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" The guy says, "It's my dog."
Is there any more on some Crips that dog up like that?
Yeah,
Like,
I've never even heard of that.
Just even back of the neck.
By the ear, he was like, "How many?" Look at my dog.
Dude, but it's not a puppy. It's grab it by the neck. Oh, yeah. He's like, dude, stop.
And also, he used to make a lot of his phone calls on the toilet, and he would have meetings on the toilet, like make a lot of big decisions sitting on the toilet, and then talk to this president what he wanted to do about Korea, like goddamn, or whatever. And so Vietnam and all that stuff. And the thing about LBJ that seems like an important thing is that he was an empathetic president, where he felt them. Okay, this is my problem with some other presidents. Is that they don't have that. They don't actually. There is a famous photograph you can find of him where one of his, it was his son, I think it was Chuck Todd, was wanted to be senator from Virginia, trying to do he sent a tape of, he was a lieutenant in New York, Vietnam, and lieutenants would just like have the tape put to out, and just get them all massive. So he just sent a reel-to-reel tape to his father-in-law, president, describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And here's a photograph of LBJ listening to this tape, and he's just got glasses off and he's just sobbing because he knows that he's sorry. To some people, people thought it was right, or he couldn't do it. I don't know. I think they made that's the conspiracy. Well, it's from I have my uncle that's retired in the 80s, but he was a commander, and he was a senior in construction at the time. He was an engineer, and they went to Vietnam early when we were still. It was called they were just sending advisors, and so he was sent there to build, and he got a bunch that went around to his Navy friends and talked to them to go to Vietnam for this venture. Was not worried, and then it turned into a war on his feet, and everybody, all the fucking guys who were over there, were killed. And then he went back, came back to the States, and tell the politics. So like, there's a lot of guys who were like in this command position, just they're in a war. Yeah. But so that was so LBJ ran. So he took over for Jack, and then he ran.
Yeah.
And these are the guys I don't know if LBJ was.
I think he might have lost his first.
No, he didn't. He only ran once. for president in 64. In technically any circumstance. Yeah, so 64. Who was the Republican nominee? Because Nixon sat it out. Nixon didn't run this Cold War. Cold War, very Cold War. Okay. So, but then when it got to be 68, this is another, he did tough things, though.
Yeah, took it on the chin. I mean, Vietnam and civil rights were two of the biggest. I mean, that's huge conflicts.
Yeah. And then he did something that no president does. I don't think, I mean, some presidents maybe know the way he was very dramatic, which was that in 68, he just knew he didn't have the confidence of the people anymore. He knew that he had to face, it was a very dystopian moment, he had to face that he had lost the confidence of the people. He wasn't popular anymore, and everything was fucked. And so he made this speech where he said, I will not seek, or will I accept my party's nomination for a second term as president. He declared, I'm not running a second time. That's fucking rare.
Yeah.
That's rare. Most guys just do it because they're supposed to. When I worked in on the show, so I was around the first 2 years. We did one bit that I loved. My favorite bit we ever did. It was just new inventions. It was just weird inventions. So one of them, this one that I wrote, was a machine that it's a big belt that you wear. It's probe in your ass, and when you fart, so you're not embarrassed by the smell. I mean, by the sound.
Yeah.
It's like instead of your farting, you hear that speech. So we had a good farts here. I will not see, or shall I accept. Anyway, so LBJ didn't run again, and 68, that's when it fell apart. Bobby ran, and was running away with the nomination.
Yeah.
And then he got shot in California.
Yeah.
Replaced by Hubbard. Nobody liked, and Nixon gets Hubbard.
How close to the election did Bobby get shot?
It's a good question. It's California primary. He was there for he win everything.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was in the primary, yes. And
Was there a guy who shot him? Something.
Sirhan. Yes, there's a picture of him playing there. And there was, yes, if you look at the picture, there's a guy holding, see that guy holding his head?
Yeah.
He's a busboy. This Mexican busboy working on the
Something.
and he's in the kitchen. He just made his speech. He was coming, and just to back up for a second, Bobby was an incredible guy. Bobby had a fluid mind, a crackling brain. He was like, John was, slow and made politic careful moves. And Bobby was passionate. When I first got an actor, the first time I held that thing, I took it to my mother's house. She did. My mother broke her. But this And she said, when Martin Luther King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was about to go around the speech in a crowd, all black to black audience. And he got the news, and he had to tell the audience that it's happened. And he walked off, said something, gave a speech, and it was very,
That's awesome. I thought Bobby got close. I guess. Sure. I can see it.
Trying to find my targets that I got set up way out there. Son of a tree. We're good. My crosshairs all wonky. Bear with me. See, it's not working. Get it. Completely upside down, maybe. Battery already tanked. It wasn't charged up enough. Just trying to get this thing squared away, hopefully. This camper, let's put target. Prick. Like that. Maybe. Good. Battery. Fuck it. It's gonna shut off in a second. It went really fast. What the fuck? It's completely upside down now. People line that up. Why is that fucking happening? Shut itself off for 2 seconds anyway. Wait, sorry about that. Just to do that. Coffee.
would go. Nixon just was not going to happen. So Nixon fucking bargained all those years. Long time politics, vice president for fucking Eisenhower. Senator Harding, he had to be president. He gets anything he does. Moral majority. You know, the people that, or what do you call it? Silent majority. Silent majority still guys and you know, Hard has paid him. Counted on that. And it won. He won. Yeah, it's not again. We're doing the same thing. Same thing. Exactly. Same. So then you get Nixon 4 years. He gets to 72 now. Press. Yeah, exactly. Were they like totally like? Well, it was a different bunch. You got like Dan Rather and I mean, I forget. There was never this one. No, because there was CBS News, which was called right, and there was NBC and ABC. That was the true news, and there was David Brinkley and the press. They had some stuff they still have now. Yeah. But it was the press was centralized. It wasn't this sort of like the written press was really out there. But the TV news were when everything was following. And so everyone watched the same news. And then we heard. So it was different. And you never had a sense of the press. To answer your question, how good they were, damn, shame. I agree with the game in that way. He's even making sound games. I'm so excited. My God. So, well, like, Cronkite was
These are nice little lifesavers, but double, they're called double X. Tight spot needle nose, basically. So.
I knew a number of gay dads and moms when I was raising my kids. A lot of them gay dads. And I saw it's the same as any other stereotype. There are many kinds of heterosexual parents. There are soft-hearted, useless, heterosexual parents. There are distracted, narcissistic, I think I can change my kid's life parents. That heterosexuals and that's just fucking like, got it, gets it, doing the tough work. Heterosexual parents. And it's the same, my experience. Gay moms and gay dads. I know gay dads who are just like hard time fucking, I'm not fucking this up. Yeah. And also I know it's life, but like, I've known so many times, but they all sound like that. But anyway.
Something's in like a tight spot, too good tight. You really can't always get the needle nose in there to grab it, so to speak.
Yeah.
So these will give you the extra clearance to get in way further.
There's Landon. Yeah, there's Kevin. He's in Washington. See
double X players, that's what they are. Double X design, so you can get in the tight spots with them. You really can't with these because they're just too open.
slanted on who says the facts because maybe you see the feeling, but he doesn't say it. And then the other moment that is just devastating is when Kennedy dies. He says, gets it in his hand, and he says, President Kennedy has died. He died at 12 o'clock, and he takes off his glasses to look at the clock above him as he's reading. So look at the clock above him, it says, that's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He just reports the Kennedy's night, reports the time, and he looks at his cheese, and then he puts his glasses back on, he goes, sports. And he just swallows. Vice President Lyndon Johnson is to be sworn in. He just, and there's this moment between where he's taking care of the president of the United States is dead, which without even being removed. Or, and then that, and then, so, but that was his grand, watch the news now, just like, oh. And it's hard. They are not supposed to, like when I worked for Letterman, the Yankees won the World Series, and I got caught up in it because I was in New York. Letterman had to the game and interviewed the players, and then I got to meet the press box during the game. And a friend of mine was a writer, was watching the game and cheering. The Yankees had staring at us like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't cheer at the press box. Like, it was like, well, thank you for something. But yeah, shut the fuck up. I think that should be on. I think that's all real certain. But anyway, so, Nixon serves also one more thing that, yeah, why did it's probably that. We go to why we choose to go, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because it's hard, yes.
3 hours and 12 minutes. Geez.
Why does Lex play Texas? They get every time. I'm just like, dude, why are they playing? They get every year. That's right. They're still, yes. Kennedy also had a great parable. He has a lot of speeches that are lost. A lot of them have been recorded every so often. But one of his, he likes home jokes, but Irish jokes. So did Ray. Both I think Patty jokes. Yeah. So he tells the story during his mission for trying to get money to the country behind him. And he talks about these 3 Irish guys walking along the beach of whatever, just crossing the great green grasses around. And then they get to the wall, and they go, should we climb the walls, or should we go turn back to the wall? And one of them takes his friend's hat off and throws it over the wall. Says, sing it's going. So that was part of it. It's not that. That is. So, and then takes his breath. They land. And there's in his library, in California, he was born and raised in the little house when he was there at the library. There's a phone, which is the phone he talks to the moon on. It's a White House phone that he made, fucking made it a big white button and a big red button. He put it on hold, but he, talking to him, well, it's just wonderful. You're up, there's Jack. And nothing is out right now. Yeah. So, and so 68, 72, really fucking changing. Everything's in color now. TV's in color. Everything's, hippies are starting to get oils. They're starting to wash out. Yes. What's up now? Two things happened. First of all, they killed them. They killed a bunch of their leaders. But they also got, the drugs started to take a bad effect. They went from buying the breaking pot to fucking heroin. And dark, yes. And then some of them, that family wanted to be rich. So, and there's nothing you can find on YouTube great are the debates between Abby Hoffman
And he was Jane Fonda's husband, and he was a congressman eventually. But he was one of the Jerry Rubin. He was one of the hippies, one of the. He was a wicked radical. And he used to be one of those guys. We're not taking this shit anymore. And the president come here, kiss my fucking ass. And Abby Hoffman had the best congressman. Yes, and Abby Hoffman was a. Abby Hoffman said the N-word constantly during speeches because he would go, Bullhorn, you're talking about you, and he was like really inappropriate, and he was really lit up. Yeah, Abby Hoffman. Him and Jerry Rubin were both, they were like East Coast, West Coast hippies. Later, Jerry Rubin became a huge capitalist. He became a yuppie. That's what we term yuppie. And the two of them they traveled together to different universities, and they would debate their generation's view. Ridiculous. How can we keep the fight going? Trying to get out of the wars. The Democrats are trying to liberate this country, and the other ones like, we gotta grow up. And what Rubin was saying was, we need a candidate. We need to win an election, so we need to go to the center, and we need to talk to big business and small business. We need to talk about being practical, because that's the blueprint. And this came from the hippies saying, okay, we're not going to protest. At one point, they had a huge amount of power. Yep. And Vietnam, they had a lot of power. They helped vigil around the Lincoln Memorial. And I mean, think at the time, because MLK gave a speech there, and they fucking shot the guy. And I remember with my kids and saying that this spot, the steps of the memorial, is huge. It's a place where you can understand where it's from. Because you look, that was Washington, and that was the creation of our country, right? And you see the Capitol, which was the legislature. Here's Washington, which was the creation of the country, the revolution. And then there was Lincoln, who was kept together. You know, that was the second step. Yeah, we're also even if millions died. Okay, that's what Lincoln. And then we stood here in this place, a big important for the generation. And MLK stood there with the sea of people had to fight inside that Lincoln reserved. Washington started and said, we have to fight for our rights. For them to say the simple way to fight for, to push for our rights legally, quiet, the nonviolent resistance. So this, I just fire it up, right? It's an incredibly romantic history. And there's another way to look at all this, apparently, but this is the way that I was taught it. I see it again as a story of sorts. So then after he was shot, all that became book, and all that was pushed aside, and now we're fucking melee war. Nixon's president. It feels like the president. It just feels like Nixon's never not going to be president. He was psychotic, taking drugs, drinking a lot. He's talking so racist. It's like there's tapes in him saying about time. It's like, I don't like his time. They smelled it. He says that I take it. And dude, well, that's a thing. Cooking. But so Nixon. So the capital of the mall is the memorial is just besieged by strung out hippies, students, and veterans. Veterans who came home from war and hate war now have gone on COVID, and all these guys with wheelchairs. So what the fuck did I do this for? This certainly, what are we waiting here? When is this war going to end? And it was just a mess. And in the middle of the night, Nixon got his limo and drove into the middle of that. He went to the Lincoln Memorial. You notice? No, there's footage. He was looking out the window. Trump picture. Yeah, looking out. But it was breaking his heart. Yeah. Because even though he had the hard hats, and even though he had the silent majority, just like now, that are fighting saying this is shit in the huge vast amount of the liberal part of this country. It's not any of that. But nobody's satisfied with just knowing that the average person gets, and that when you really deal with things on a real level, they're going to do the right thing. I have a lot of confidence in America, when you are, but these folks that yell and scream at you, want to
Thirsty. Shoot some archery. Jesus. Jump the car up. It's pretty bright little light. My big one's way brighter. The battery's in the house though. Yeah, just 3 years, second time I've ever used it.
And so then all the real parts of the station, in order to like pass.
Batteries
So, and it's sad. It's always sad that when Gaddafi was sad, it was really Gaddafi.
Yeah, it just put in blood.
Yeah.
And Saddam is angry. It's true. He's not like that. That's what everyone's fans like. Oh, I'm trying to. He's not my space. He goes, shut up. Yeah. Keep the bench away. He wasn't so yeah. Okay, so Nixon. I don't know shit about it. Okay, so Nixon resigned. I won't know yet. So if you, I don't even understand what. So what it started with Mason. There's some guys that Mason had a committee made to re-elect president, which is great. Great was literally their acting. So great sent some burglars to the Democratic National Committee's office to Watergate Hotel. Watergate Hotel is like a contest office, and they stole two papers. If this kind of shit is happening a lot, Mason had this on drugs, paranoid, had this kind of things. He just went. He did that. His thing was really what happened. Yeah. These guys took some papers. It wasn't big. Tried to control. So it was like this Washington killings, right? Yeah. And somebody said, well, we got this guy. He talks to all the bucks. And Nixon says, what does he want? They have one table. Somebody said, $1 million. This is going to get paid. And this Nixon saying that he's like this whole thing up. It's like, but he had too much, he wasn't delegating enough. So one by one, the investigative reporter at the time, diligently turned against a lot of pressure. They gave the guy, it's a white guy, the guy's close to him. And he didn't have to be as the yes. One of the main road is a guy who was in the system, who saw everything going on. Okay. It's just one of the workers, one of the guys, and there was this guy, G. Gordon Liddy, involved with the weird CIA guy who was in his finger over the candle and burned him. Fucking nice neck. Yeah, Liddy, great guy to do. G. Gordon. So, Nixon,
This thing was on Amazon for like $400. I found it on eBay for 28 grand fucking new. It was the exact same model number.
We'll go back because this guy I remember. Which is one of my city, not
$490 on Amazon.
Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill was the speaker of the House.
And 6
And he was speaker. So he was Aussie, politician, and so was Kennedy. And there was so Tip was working with Kennedy in Boston for years. It was
Pressure washer fixed.
some shit the Irish we would every time we had like a big banquet or something, he always get his and not Tip, he was the speaker of the House, so he was really close to the front there. And he was like better seats. And he saw Kennedy walk and like a year later, he was watching some big event for Kennedy, and they're showing footage of him inaugurating the taking oath of office. And he asked Kennedy, what were you thinking when you were becoming president? And he said, I got to be honest with you. How the hell?
Can't start it though. You gotta make sure you have water hooked up before you start a pressure washer. It'll smoke it. Pump. If you start it without a hose hooked up.
vice president. He was the Senate majority.
Oh,
He was just the Senate. No interest in being a fucking president. Spiral activist.
he got out.
He got thrown out because he was fucking crooked.
Yeah.
But they got rid of acting. They're like, just get on board. I think they just more just filled in. No, he was like, what? Vice president? I don't want to fucking vice
Yeah,
president.
know it too.
And yeah, before somebody was vice president, and now suddenly he's the fucking president. So now he's the president of the fucking Republican Party, and it makes it this stupid, massive trauma to the country. And I remember it makes it Watergate was part of my youth. You know, I grew up in Mexico, and from when I was, I know. It's okay. That's right. You're down in Mexico. I was in Mexico, and I was a baby. My dad's Mexican, and then my parents were about 7. Came back to Boston, outside Boston, and I remember coming to America for living. My first memory of Mexico in the 70s. My mom only made carnation milk with powder because the milk was always rotten because the refrigeration was just not that good. It was a, you know, place. It's still which is there, but they're crazy. Like Mexico for me, Japan, is a different organization. Like that's how hard they are. But so I lived in Mexico, and then we moved to America, and come to America, which is this shiny country, shared with people where all the doors are shared like right angles, air conditioning, and just cleanness and an honesty and the idea that they told me about like the president, the democracy, yeah, right. And I got accepted in the United States. The president is Nixon. And I cut a picture out of him out of the paper. But it takes it up next to that. Yes, I love this. I was a little kid. I was so under Nixon. I wrote a letter to my abuela, my grandmother, and I sent her a picture of Nixon. Said, "This is the president of the United States." Greatest man. The greatest man. He's so cool. The best. I didn't know this thing was going on. And he had this serious face. And I had a dream. It's the first dream I remember. I don't know if you remember dreams when you were a kid. Yeah, I had a dream when I was still actually. My bed, our house, looked out at our house, and I was asleep like a Sunday morning, and I heard a band like marching band, and I looked outside, and there was Nixon, like walking on my street, just no spectators, yeah, just me with all of my marching, and I came out in my yard, I went to walk away, and he got down on his knees, Louis. His arms. I never told anybody else in my life. And so, the idea of his joy, because he's supposed to be a miserable man, and his joy was like very rare. There's only one time I've ever seen it on film, and it's when he's playing piano in a tuxedo, and I think he's at his daughter's wedding, and he was passing pianist for a joke. He's playing piano, he plays David Crescendo, and he's got this big dumb grin on his face. And I think maybe I had seen that. That grin every time I see it, I'm doing that grin. So when my parents saw that, I looked next to my bed, and they're like, He's crying. Yeah, he's crying. I watch it live. There's a two different events. I remember Walter Cronkite saying that America and Russia did this with Apollo Soyuz. We had Apollo spacecraft going around, and they had Soyuz capsules. And one night they met, like they saw each other. It was an accident. And they thought, what if we got loose? So they went home and they built a dock. They had to do it together. The Russian and American space program. And then they went up two separate rockets, found each other in the middle of space, and docked. Drank vodka, shook hands, hang out. And Walter Cronkite told me on something, we went up watching TV, and he said, Apollo Soyuz capsules flying over North America. If it's clear in the water, northeast, look up, you might see the passing overhead. And I went outside and I lay on the grass for hours. They saw it. They said it would be a red light and white light. You see? So that, and watching this all the time, I still get it with me. And it makes the resignation just like a depressing, destroying, fucked up thing. It's just like he was using an unbroken chain. Yeah. LBJ now was standing civil rights right. There was an unbroken chain. Fucking Democrat, Republican, Whig, where do we go up? All of this is still U.S. president, and then this guy fucking dropped the motherfucker. It's crazy. It is crazy. The audience left the message. It's like, if this is all bullshit, this is just all fucking bullshit. The economy is sick. And then here's the other thing, kind of like level-headed, simple news. He nailed it perfectly. I mean, he did one thing extremely unpopular. Fucked up. He pardoned Richard Nixon. Because the first thing he did was Nixon keep investigating Patrick and the Senate jail to prison for what he did. And Ford knew that if he pardoned him, he would never win an election. There was no way he was going to be reelected because just said, you're dirt. You're just pardoning each other. But he knew it was the right thing to do. He could get there. This is how I can say our national nightmare needs to end. And he ended. He dead. And then there's this, I remember Steve Martin, he was my first favorite band, Cosby. Cosby was first. As a kid, I listened to Cosby constantly. But Steve Martin was the first person who made me think I could eat because he was so weird. But he did it during that time because they showed this footage of Nixon on the beach in California after they went. And Steve Martin says, I feel bad for this. He goes, I know you're not supposed to because he did wrong. But every time I see him on the beach with his big old shorts on and his metal detector, he did these interviews with David Frost. Frost did these interviews, and he opened up about himself a lot. And he stayed at the elements. Every president after could call him. He was a great resource. Fascinating guy. And when Patricia died, he saw her at the funeral. He was crying his eyes out. Great guy. And that showed us feelings. And he wasn't cool. And he wasn't hip. And he wasn't like, I feel your thing. Yeah, Clinton. He just was sore. And I think that's really he said that last year. But so.
That's what you're trying to tell me to end it. Let's try backwards. Do it without the sights. The battery died again. Every single time I'm the worst. I couldn't tell where that arrow landed. Stuck in my siding somewhere. I don't even know where the fuck that one went. Oh well.
Rock Oldman, who I say recorded, he was some horrible hill in Europe, and he was one of those guys. Medic found him, just took some of his blood, put him on his forehead, changed the morphine and all that. It's something I just gave him I'm not gonna be a I don't have any other. So, and then they sent Bob home to Kansas, and his father his father was a drugstore, and they would just take the drugstore from each other. They just made it close and nobody thought here because he looked so fucked up. And so the neighbor pointed right at him. Some neighbor sitting at the counter, sitting at the ice cream counter, drugstore, pointed his nose at his friend. Out. Oh, and don't hurt this. And it was the most pitiful, and it was the moment of truth. Maybe it's not working. I gotta get it. So somebody just said if they would meet with the next one, it's not this one. You can't correspond to right there. I met some weird people. I met him, I was the writer. And both was yes. He's a smart guy. You know, like you fantasize. And I was standing outside the studio. The yellow season saw a little garage okay, actually. He was at the time, he was like fucking Senate Majority Leader. He came out of the wall. He held a pen in his right hand over his prayers. So he
Expect people to be able to see.
That's awful. So you'd ask, is that a word for Shakespeare? Yeah, but I think one sorry. So you will not, yeah. So he walks out of the elevator and I'm standing there and just walks right his face. He goes, hey, Bob Bill. And I go, yeah, I'll get a that's where I got probably money. It's a damn hard job. How'd you come to it? Scales comedy. Oh, that's even hard. Yeah, Tom, I gotta really respect you. You just stood there. Big shit. And this is where I'm coming from. I had to get a speech at this thing. Luckily, I went out to Burlington. Jesus, whatever. Just made a few cheap jokes. And he led the fucking conversation of an art. Tell me who I should speak to. But did look around and why. He's my favorite. All right. Carter was the first truly liberal president. Such a liberal president. Jack Kennedy had politics, and he's also about the first Catholic, first Irish Catholic president of the United States. He was about his dad won the election, just won it, basically won it. And he was a powerful fucking guy from legacy of the smugglers. And but Jack and Jimmy Carter was a farmer, native from Jordan. He's a conscientious guy. He got involved in politics and made his way up. He was like John Adams. He was just a guy who saw problems, saw ways to solve them, and he was really about helping people. He was really about that was his heart, right? And his brother Billy. So the saddest thing with brother Billy Carter, because Billy jumped the American games. So just a fun day, Billy Beer had a brand new and he died. Jesus, he was just a known drunk beer. Yes, known drunk beer. Then it would be fun. And I saw one interview with Jimmy where he talked about Billy. He was very bitter about it. He said Billy was a very wise, smart, gentle soul who never drank his whole life. He just wasn't a drinker. And when I became president, they killed him because people went down. They got interested in losing the president. Yeah, starting. Yeah. And he was wide in country wisdom. People liked him, so they started printing his things. And then he started going on speaking tours. And he started taking news by people. I could use Billy Carter. And he's doing speeches and he's on the road and he starts drinking because that's the lifestyle that actually helps him through it. And he became an alcoholic. Jimmy said it was interview like, "Hey, kill my brother." Yeah, kill my brother. Can't do that. No, it's hard. You need to learn how to. You need to learn how to. I like really hard right now. Paul was really hard. Like Jason, let me know when Jason warned you. There's a fucking difference. Fucking idiot. Jinx. It's like you go to a doctor, he's like, you're gonna get pancreatic cancer if you don't change your diet. What are you jinxing me? That's a bit of a jinx. That's a jinx. No, it's not. It's a fucking warning. I've never even heard of pancreatic cancer. Okay, how old are you? 34. You've got how many years? Look up the math when you put on Google. How much is 51 minus 8? You got 17 years left of this stuff right now. Sounds pretty good. Okay, that's how many points. I'm 54. You die younger. Okay. Jimmy Carter. Everybody was. Here's how other points. Everybody said he sucked. What? Everybody said it's just standard. Yeah. Jimmy Carter did a few really good solid. Okay, first of all, they had the fucking. Okay, so there was a in San Francisco, Harvey Milk was running for mayor and whatever, and they had this thing Prop 2 or something. It was this anti-gay bill in California. It was huge, like hot button fucking like stay away from it kind of thing. And it was like whatever it was like yes, no on to. Stop this gay, anti-gay thing. And there's this great footage of Carter at a rally, and he gives a speech, goes off, and something no one to came out heavy for gay rights. Yeah. So he was again. Hillary was, yes. Yeah, 2013. That's right. Obama good fair. Yeah. So Jimmy Carter, way ahead of the game. A great thing about Jimmy Carter is that I always heard this, that there's two weird things about it. One is he caught a fucking foul fly ball at a game, which is really rare. Yeah. You're the president. That he'll tell you if you ask, but he doesn't like to talk about it, but yeah, he'll tell you. And so there's this movie out now, not the John Bolton thing. It's a documentary about UFOs, and I don't know how real it is. Yeah, it's all kinds of stories. It comes across really real. So did Close Encounters. I mean, I don't know, cinema can create a lot of illusions, so I don't know, but it's compelling. But the most compelling thing is to talk to a guy. He said there's some kid in a wheelchair, like, blowing on a those guys like this, and you have to listen, wait while the Mr. President. Can I ask you a question? One of those guys went to a book signing with Jimmy Carter. You see Jimmy, this is what Jimmy's signing books, and then they bring over a wheelchair guy, and he says, "Can I ask you a question?" And he wasn't taking questions. He's like, "Sure." Yeah, wheelchair, which means he's the same. Only really great people are in wheelchairs. There's no assholes in wheelchairs that exist. So he asked Jimmy Carter, "Is it true that you saw a UFO?" And Jimmy Carter was, "Yes." And he asks him, "What was it like?" He said, it's exactly how it was floating, not making any sound, and then just vanished. It just took off. And he said, "Did you tell, when you became president, did you tell the State Department?" He said, "Yeah." And he said, "Don't worry about it." Don't worry about it. Yes. Jimmy Carter also put on a sweater, and he made a speech where he said, "Yes, we have an oil crisis, but you just wear a sweater during the heat." He's like, we gotta change the way we live. People don't like being told that. No, like, we gotta change the way we live. That's what. And we're having a law. It's off America. I mean, that's world leaders, like, even they're doing it now. Yeah, just don't eat as much. It's like, that's the part. That's the hard part. It's like, you fuckers. It's like, let them eat cake. It's the same thing. People aren't going to start moving slower. You're not going to take the human race and say, yeah, especially like you have to do it. Listen, China, India, I know you're trying to like get out of like poverty. I know you're trying to like turn on air conditioning so you don't get malaria every 5 minutes. It's just a little. Yeah. But there's a divide now. Climate denial goes through it. Cowboys are pretending shit's not changing, of course. And the nerds are pretending that folks can just that it's a morality. It's like we can just quiet down, turn the lights off. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah. If they all came to the table and said, "Yes, this is happening, but we're not gonna slow down," then the Cowboys fix the fucking it'd be a big vacuum cleaner. Boom. Yeah. See, we're talking about terraforming Mars. Do that here. I'm talking straight out of my head. No, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have no idea. My buddy Steve Gerber, uninformed opinion. Gerber's like, I mean, it's not his opinion. He's just the first guy that brought it. He's like, we need to burn the resources we have now to figure out it's not like we can't turn it down now. Right.
Sight is fucking.
No, the guy in the Wall Street Journal. No, the guy in the Wall Street Journal, he's a Pennsylvania guy who is a big natural gas guy. Him and his brother started buying natural gas, and they're like the biggest guys. And he's a big proponent for it as an environmentalist. It's way cleaner, and it's the road to these next things. Yeah. Every time that you regulate against natural gas, you make people burn coal. The other thing is, you know what the last time I looked, the number 4 polluting in the world. Number 4. Vehicle. No, farming. Is it farming number 1? No. Number 4 is the energy, the fucking carbon from creating solar panels. Oh, no. Because the Chinese do it very cheap. And here to make a solar panel, like a wafer, it takes a lot of energy because of the regulation. negotiations here, we make them very slowly, carefully, making sure everything is okay. And it takes a long time and it's very expensive. But the Chinese just use coal and to make these things. They're super cheap to buy them. And we're buying so many of them because of the Obama's policy that it's through there. It's killing the environment to make solar panels. It's, look at Elon Musk. He makes electric cars. So you know how cap and trade works? So cap and trade means that if you're an auto manufacturer, you have, I'm making up numbers, put out 75 million tons of carbon. We could make carbon, create 75 million tons of carbon. That's the cap, okay? Now, if you manage to actually get under 75, you only put out 50 tons, sell 5 tons to another car manufacturer. Okay? So a car manufacturer is taking 75 tons, gives you 100 because he bought your. That way you just know that there's 3 manufacturers at 75 each, and that's tolerable. And so the way you keep them under, it's an incentive. You only put out 25 tons, congratulations, you can sell that to GM. So cars have none. They put out 0. They sell 100% of their so they actually are making others helping more carbon use. Yeah, and that's how they turn a profit. That's their biggest profit. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's all right. You're like, fuck it. That's it. Round 4. Wild West. We're president. We just got done. Well, maybe we don't. Yeah, so Carter did. He put on a sweater. He said, "Hey, cool it, guys. Put on a sweater." And people said, "Go fuck yourself." The Iranian hostages. Yeah, that was how long was that? How many days was that? Was that a specific? I have no idea. It was a bunch of days. 4 on. I don't know. A lot of days. Whatever it was, I was told like pretty much day 1 or 2. They were like, no more. No, so Reagan got to take credit for the Carter more than anything wanted to free the hostages before he left office. And he actually did that. He was up all night for several nights. He was haggard. There's a great story about the day of Reagan's inauguration that Carter went to get the tradition. The sitting president goes to the new president, takes him, escorts him. So the story was that he went to Reagan's hotel room where he was staying, and him and Nancy were. Reagan was put on his tie, and Nancy was getting dressed, and it was like bucks. Story. I remember reading this somewhere. What you have? The Carter was like thinking about it. They're like, it's like 6. Frank Sinatra says the very important secret to singing is that you eat an apple and you wait an hour and then you throw it up because it creates a gravel in your throat. It's texture. He learned this from Nancy Reagan. There's only one way that a woman learned this trick. It's because she fucking blinked finishing an apple. She threw up and she had some great. They said next time she went to the apple, she said, "I know what she did, Frank." And she spread it. Jimmy Carter had his unsleeping, this little observation that Reagan was grumpy on the inauguration, didn't feel like doing it, and they had just fucked. And they all got in the limo together, and Jimmy got the news that the hostages were being freed, but Reagan got to announce it.
No.
So Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, it's funny. I get all this
Left.
messages from my Republican family. So I can tell you what, that pussy Carter can get it done. Day one, Reagan.
That's right. Well, that's Muslims too. Yeah.
You were talking to
That's it. So Reagan, and I heard this my life. So who knows what to do. When Reagan was fastly president, 2 terms, there was
Joe, I guess, did Nixon start the war on drugs? I think it was Nixon. I know Reagan was huge on it.
yes, Nancy Reagan said just say no,
Yeah.
which was hated because people were addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
Also, AIDS started with Reagan, and Reagan, when he slew the first agent, he fucked up. He fucked Bonzo.
He fucked
Fuck yes, there's a bunch of movies about him and Bonzo. Yeah, he fucked Bonzo. Bedtime for Bonzo. He fucked Bonzo. That's what it was. So Reagan, he was. There's a piece of footage of Reagan about Huckleberry Family, and it's about how it gets banned, and then they found banned drugs. Huckleberry Family has been banned by liberals who don't like the N-word, and then conservatives who don't like whatever they did. Just before they in March 26th, he said, I knew when I created my in from his whole damn life. Like, he knew that this was going to happen. Okay, so there's a character in the Huckleberry Family. Now this won't be on just yes.
Yes.
So there's footage of Reagan doing some tribute to Mark Twain, and like whatever he's doing, it's opening the center or something, and he says, he goes, and who could forget the wonderful story of Huckleberry Finn and his friend Jim. And look off. And you know that there's guys doing still see that's it. That's I read the books. That's the books. You can't say it. Oh well. I mean that makes no sense. It says that was so that you can say don't say that word. His friend Nat Jim. Yeah. Fuck this country. God damn it.
Yeah, don't say that. You're going to the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Don't say that word.
Yeah. But so Reagan was you know, he was president of SAG, and he was governor of California. Hated hippies. Just fucking so much.
I gotta be honest.
I think that's so yeah, they always were. So Reagan was, let's say, 2 terms ago. George Bush was vice president. Cold War. Mr. Gorbachev, take down this wall.
Yes.
And called the Soviet Union the Evil Empire. Yeah. And there was that crazy when they went to Russia, they got really close. It was something that he cared about. And so they had a tree, they had a shot at a tree. And they went to the Ricky Dick Iceland, 2 of them. And it was this exciting time where there might be this tree inside. And then there was this awful midnight footage, which you could also see, of the 2 of them meeting at the same time. And Reagan's going, nah, and Gorbachev going, like, what do you want from the Reagan's going, no, man, no fucking way to get out of cars and leave. And it was like, shit.
Yeah.
It was scary. And it looked like something worse might happen. But Gorbachev was an interesting dude, you know? Something interesting was going on there, different from the other guys.
Yeah.
But so Reagan, I'm trying to remember the thing I was going to say, but fuck. Well, he was shot. Remember?
Yeah, that's the one I want to
So I went to the guy's out.
What's that? Check that out.
He's out.
Hinckley's out. There's pictures, dude. There's like TMZ's taking pictures of him.
I think it might sell that.
Only if it's for Jodie Foster.
You think if I can, yeah.
Somebody's around. Somebody's got to fuck Jodie Foster.
Somebody, I mean, in connection
fucking change.
When she says what
When he got out, apparently she was like, I actually was comic press 20 years
No.
ago. I swear.
She said that.
I've heard something else. I heard that she was talking to like BDKs or
She
something.
was being funny.
And she said to BDKs, like, hey, nobody ever shot the president for you or something. And it's a really story
That's
that's
really
really Foster taking it, which all my kids.
I think Ted used to call her like voicemail.
I don't know anything
I
about
think
this.
she was in college.
I don't think they had voice.
But yeah, answer machine. He would call and be like, should I tapes? He's like, wait till you see.
Wait till you see.
I love you.
Please don't watch. Make sure you don't get that. My mom hated Ronald Reagan. Hated him since the 70s. And she saw him coming. There was a thing about Reagan that was like for Democrats, which was, it was like, it's a nightmare scenario. Reagan is a nightmare scenario. The end of all things. He is the worst guy in the world. And they had connections between him and white supremacy, like a bunch of them. Like the place he gave his first speech as a candidate is a famous horrible. It's where the students were admitted to. Yeah. In that, it was like he's standing on their fucking car that they took out of the money. Not that, but he was there. So a lot of people made connections with that shit. But people hated Ronald Reagan before he was president. When he won, I remember my mom being deeply disturbed by it. And so there was this feeling, we have a bad president. From some people's point of view. And then other people who were very aware, fucking loved the guy. I mean, so much. And the mask, the rubber mask of him, what became a thing. And SNL was making fun of him and all this stuff. But there were really people that just absolutely, they loved him without any reason, without any line sign off. But there was a lot of depth. But, like, no. And then we got shot. Jeff Bridges. He was shot. And these are two good things I've been watching on media now later. What was that? It was Anwar Sadat assassination. Whatever president. Sorry, but fucking Egypt or Israel. But it was, Sadat was killed. And I was watching it on the news live. I don't know. Well, there was later, somebody got shot. Yeah. I'm fucking up all the names. Yeah. That was when Clinton's president. So, Anwar Sadat was on a military, they were having a parade, and there was troops marching in front of him, and they turned around. That's gotta be Egypt. I mean, it was, not as we were hand grenades, it was his guys. And they turned around and just riddled, there was a bunch of guys like at a dais, like a whole bunch of dignitaries. And they just, what? And I was watching this, I was watching the live news, and they broke in and said, I mean, someone watching the special report. That used to be a big thing. Now it's every breaking news. Breaking news. Anwar Sadat is dead. We have a footage. It's straight out of the video cam, and we're going to warn you this hasn't been edited. I watched this footage of a guy just watching the fucking and he goes up and dance and guy holding his arm, cut off, and there's like strands of blood and stuff and muscle, and he's holding it in his days, like asking people walking by, like, what do I do with my arm, like that kind of thing. And it's blood. I mean, I was a kid, and I saw that. And the other thing was Reagan had just been shot at his house. And we sat down and we watched that footage. Like the devil. And, he got thrown into the limousine, and his own guy jumped on it.
Did he kill one of the guys?
He killed the top. James Brady, who was the press secretary, took him to the head, and it was like Brady killed, like he picked up his whole life became about gun control. By James Brady, who was the Republican conservative Reagan's press secretary. He used to smoke
Okay. He's just leaving the subway. Oh, he looks exactly like me. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, the same body.
Playing guitar.
Good for you, John.
To CNN, boy, man who shot Reagan is now posting love songs online.
He's like, I gotta get chicks the old-fashioned way. Sing him a song.
Just leaving subway.
Shoot presidents to impress girls now. And just sing him a song. Like a good old.
I hope he gets pussies.
What is he eating there? That's
It's a subway. Let's get a nice
Subway, just like Jared.
It's weird they let Hinckley out of jail, but they didn't let the guy that shot Lennon out of jail. Hinckley killed a cop, almost killed the president, but the dude who shot John Lennon
He's got a shot.
I mean, he looks.
is going to do more time than the guy that did all that.
I'm trying to get pussy. I
So
couldn't
you know the story about him that he had. These are the legends. He had dinner at George Bush's house. Apparently, like a couple of weeks before he shot the president. No. Look up John Hinckley and the Bush family. Their families were linked. The Hinckleys, I think, gave money to the Bushes or something like that, but apparently Hinckley was a guest in a Bush house in an alarmingly short amount of time before he shot President Reagan. And a very interesting thing about it is that George Bush was where when Reagan was shot? You know where George Bush was?
When Reagan was shot?
Texas. He was in Texas. Think about the city in
Dallas, Kennedy got shot?
That's what folks say. And he was at like Texas is this place like it feels like
He was
New
from.
York.
He was
Look, it's no bring it. George Bush, and we'll get to him. George Bush was a power.
His father, John Hinckley Sr., was friends with George H.W. Bush.
Yes. So he's like
Regular contributors to the Bush campaign.
yes. How's your son? How's your boy John? Oh, I gotta tell you,
Kind of
it's trouble.
losers.
It's trouble. Troubled is he? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe I should have a talk with him.
He's like, hey, you want to fuck Jodie Foster?
No, he's like, son, what's going on? Just really in love with Jodie Foster. You know, it's weird. I'm in love with Jodie Foster. Well, you know, son, you can't just sit on your keister. You got to do something. I mean, what could you do to get her? You know, well, how should I get? I wrote letters, earnest letters. A girl like that, she's famous. You got to do something for everyone to see.
Yeah, I'll tell you who she
Do
is.
something for everyone to see.
I just talked to her. Remember she relates?
I mean, if you were to do something to some, you know what they say. Now, was Lennon dead yet? Lennon was 1980. He was shot in December. And when was Kennedy? When was Reagan shot? When was Lennon shot? Important dates. So Reagan was shot in 81. So right after fucking David Chapman killed Lennon. Yeah. And he said, the Beatles changed the world, and I changed the Beatles. You know what I...
You know, if I hit it once.
I read this in Rolling Stone magazine. He said, the Beatles changed the world, and gosh, they sure did. And I changed the Beatles. That's what he said. So I don't know. I mean, a fella could find someone who's really changed the world. I don't know. I mean, anyone knows. I wonder if Reagan. And Reagan. And maybe take, have an effect on his life. I mean, what do you know? Anyway, so yeah, so Hinckley was like, I don't know what you're talking about that. I know what you're saying. And so they went to his bedroom and he looked in the drawer and he found a gun. He's like, where's this gun?
I left something for you.
I left you a little something.
You know you have to do something.
Yeah, so if you're the vice president and you have anything to do with the president being shot, you need to be in Texas. Because if there's any sort of like where you have words with vice president, whatever, and then the governor is like, we're not extraditing. But it's the one place you might be able to pull up and maybe even stage a coup from. It's like, no, we're the Republican Texas now. Like it could work. So Bush is in Texas and he refuses to come to Washington. It's a big deal because he just should have taken over, but he refuses to come to Washington. He's like, I'm not going to show up in the White House while the Gibbers fighting for his life. Yeah, big statements about it. But he stayed away. And it got really chaotic, as we all know. There's a great movie.
How long was Reagan out?
I think a few days, but Nancy. So there's an amazing movie made fun by HBO called The Day the President Was Shot. Richard Crenna plays Reagan, and Richard Dreyfuss plays Alexander Haig, and it's like a comedy in a way. When Nixon was in the, when Reagan, they drove him to Georgia. There's a hospital that's for the president. First of all, cottage, the White House, they have an emergency room, they have everything. But he was bleeding, spitting blood. So, and he fucking shot him. Shot him, and then he thought his bodyguard jumped on him, and then he said, "I think you broke my rib." That's what he thought happened. He said, "I think you broke my rib." So they're going to go back to the White House to get him looked at. But then he started spitting lots of blood. And so they went straight to George Washington Hospital, which was just like fucking homeless people. And the fucking by itself just screeches up. And they brought a gurney, but the president said, "I'm not going in on my back. I'm not doing that."
What?
It's true. He walked in. This great, this movie, the best part is showing him. Oh shit! Like just 80 black guys who are in front of a hospital, like their wife's fucking having a baby, they're smoking, and that's the fucking president! And he's like, "Hello." And then as soon as he got inside, he crumbled. And they got him on the gurney, and they're going in. He came to at one moment because the nurse was holding his hand, and he said, "Does Nancy know about you and me?" And then right before he went out,
charming devil.
yes, the doctors, they could tell him he was the head of the fucking world, and he was in charge, and they didn't know he's going under anesthesia, and they said, "Mr. President, we're going to put you under. We have to get the bullet out of him." And it was an exploding bullet. So, it was an exploding bullet. It was extra hard. It was like bleeding against his heart like this. And so the doctors said, "We got to get this blood out of you, so we're going to put you under now." And the doctor was not a room, said, "Mr. President, today we're all bullets." And he saved his life. But he was weak. I mean, he was on death's door for a few days. Now, the White House has Alexander Haig saying, I'm in charge here at the White House. I'm running." He was the Secretary of State. He had no business saying that. He's like, he made up this thing, by the laws of succession, I would be next. It's like, no, you're like 20th down. And meanwhile, at the hospital, Nancy's there with the chief of staff, and there was a battle between the White House guys and the hospital. So the Reagan was functioning as a president, so they used a photograph and some business. So they had the dairy bill, it's the bill that's like for dairy subsidies that needed to be signed.
Jackpot for those guys.
Yes. That's what it was. The milk people did the whole milk for another 15 cents. They fucking carton milk. So Nancy enlisted. They said, "You need to do this, and you need to handle him like you handled him in the movies." And so she put makeup on his face, and she like slaps, "Ron, you gotta wake up." And they leaned his bed up like this, and she just kept trying to wake him up. And this is all in the movie, done very well, but it's true. And they took a picture of him, like, like a really weird picture. And I think it was good. And then he signed.
So he looks great.
Yeah, it's a great thing. One great picture is very rare to find with Reagan. He had many operations. He was a very sick and dying old man.
Yeah.
He had some brain, like something taken off his brain or something. So he had half of his head was shaved, and he was coming out of the airplane, and he had a baseball cap on, and he went like this.
no.
And Nancy's going, don't! She's like horrified, and he thought it was funny. Half his head is shaved. It's creepy. I saw that picture once. I never saw it again. So anyway, Reagan survived, obviously, and then that just was a massive lift. Yeah, I remember as a kid, my mother hated Reagan. I was just like, hey, good for you, you know. Everybody was happy. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, she's really mad. Yes. So Reagan, Iran's a guy. Iran. They were there were still some hostages in Iran, and they were offering the Iranians weapons in exchange for hostages and money. And then they were going to use the money to fund the Contras and in El Salvador. Yeah. And it was all done by this guy, Oliver North. Yeah. Colonel Oliver North. It was Reagan. It was dirty. It was a dirty Reagan thing. And Reagan said, I take responsibility for it. Because I'm not sure what I remember that I was told about this and looking into it. But make no mistake, it's my responsibility. Nobody does that anymore. Yeah. So he did that, and that kind of got him through it. And it made people believe that he was really looking into it. And this guy, who I remember his hearings was the biggest deal since Watergate. Iran-Contra-Gate. That's what it was the first thing that they said game about. And Oliver North he said, he said, somebody pitched this idea to me of the missiles, and then and he said, I thought it was a neat idea. And when everybody heard him say that, it became plausible that this fucking dummy did. He just was stupid and crazy. He did it. He later ran for governor of Virginia as a Republican. Might be West Virginia, I'm sorry. But Chuck Todd, who was that lieutenant that sent the tape to Lyndon Johnson's son-in-law, who was thought to be the next great, he was supposed to be the next Kennedy, but he had a bad coke habit. But he was cool. For years. And he just didn't care anymore. So there's another great documentary called The Perfect Candidate. And it's a really great, it's a documentary about him running against Oliver North. He decided after all this shit happened, he's going to run. And it teaches you something about President Obama. So Chuck Todd was a Democrat. He's like one of these guys you have now, just a machine Democrat. Like there's a scene